Salatu wassalamu ala rasulillah wa ala alihi wa sahbihi wa ajma'in. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi ta'ala wabarakatuh. I wish you all a pleasant morning today. I am Nefertari Al-Rashid Arsad, Project Director and Moderator of today's webinar, The Philippine Halal Landscape. It is a pleasure to have you all here on Zoom and on FB live stream and YouTube. We are on different platforms today and we hope to reach you all. Um, I would like to thank, there are key people I'd like to thank here. The UP Center for Integrative and Development Studies, Islamic Studies Program, under which this webinar is being organized. I'd like to thank Executive Director Dr. Teresa Tadem. Under her leadership, the ISP program was organized in 2018 to make sure and to enable research in Islamic and Muslim studies to participate and contribute in national policy discourse. I'd also like to thank the convener of our program, ISP, Dean Macrina Morados, Dean of the Institute of Islamic Studies. I would also like to thank the staff, the technical, our colleagues at the SEEDS, UP SEEDS, for their technical and administrative facilitation, and for the colleagues in Institute of Islamic Studies for their great efforts and good company. Last but not the least, I'd like to thank all of the speakers in today's two panels who elected to share with us their expertise and allow us to acquire a multidimensional appreciation of halal development in the Philippines. Before I introduce them, I'd like to begin with certain operational definitions of halal. Perhaps for some of you, there is still some confusion about what halal is about, principally, and I'd like to give some background on this. Halal is technically means what is permissible, lawful, or legal. It is not just about food and beverage as many people think, but it is actually halal applies to an entire lifestyle. So it would encompass many domains, legal and political, food and nutrition, cosmetics, pharmaceuticals, and even every little aspect of a person's lifestyle. Kaya nga sinasabi po natin, and we are offering a course at the Institute of Islamic Studies, at halal is a lifestyle, and we have the halal lifestyles course to show that. Halal also is inextricably linked with the word tayyib. In the Quran, halal and tayyib are constantly linked together. Tayyib would mean is also an Arabic word which means good, wholesome, and ethical. Thus, when you talk about halal, it's not just about the physical or tangible aspects of permissibility or lawfulness, but necessarily the intangible aspects, which would cover ethics. So this will be elaborated on by our speakers today from different sectors. And our first panel is going to talk about halal development in the Philippines from the dimensions of policy, institutions, and programs. I would like to introduce our panel. We have panel one today. We have three speakers. Our first is Assistant Secretary for Mindanao and Concurrent Region 9 Director of the Department of Tourism. We have Myra Paz Valderosa Abubakar. And who will talk about Philippine Halal tourism. Asik Abubakar is a devoted public servant, especially in the field of tourism, social welfare, and Muslim affairs, and an active proponent of organizations that promote humanitarian concerns, readiness, volunteerism, and women empowerment. Previously, she had served for 8 years as city councilor of the first district of Zamboanga City and headed committees that advance rights, welfare, and culture of her constituents, such as the committees on human rights, Muslim and cultural affairs, social works, and welfare, women, children, and family welfare and cooperative. She was a distinguished member of the Sangguniang Panglungsod and served as chapter president of the Philippine Councilors League of Zamboanga City, simultaneous to being regional chairperson and national board member of the Philippine Councilors League from 2013 to 2018. She is member and chairperson in recognized and humane organizations, which include Soroptimist International of the Americas, Girl Scouts of the Philippines, GSP Friends Foundation Incorporated, and Philippine Red Cross, where she is currently holding the position of Federation Director, Central Board Member, Vice Chairperson, and Board Director, respectively. At present, she is with the Department of Tourism and is focused on promoting sustainable and responsible tourism and halal tourism industry, and is actually actively representing the country in the BIMP-IAGA region and Asia. Our second speaker is Attorney Abdul Rahman Linsag, who will talk about halal certification, institutional dynamics, and policy gaps. Attorney Abdul Rahman Linsag is the President and CEO of the Islamic Da'wah Council of the Philippines, which is the pioneering agency for halal certification in the Philippines. He is also Secretary General of the World Halal Council and Chairman of the IDB Educational Trust Foundation, publisher editor of the Brotherhood Halal Lifestyle magazine, and senior partner at the Linsag, Arcilla and Associates law offices. He recently attended the Harvard Law School Special Program of Instruction for Lawyers in 2020. Our next speaker is Attorney Mehol Sadain to speak on the legal and institutional ecosystem of halal in the Philippines. Attorney Sadain is the former commissioner of the Commission on Elections and former secretary and commissioner of the National Commission on Muslim Filipinos. He is a professorial lecturer, at the University of the Philippines, both at the College of Law and the Institute of Islamic Studies. He lectures on comparative Islamic and civil family law and law on succession and court procedures at the Institute. He was an examiner in political and international law at the 2017 Bar Examinations, Supreme Court of the Philippines, and Amirul Hajj for the 2012 and 2013 Hajj when he was still connected with the National Commission on Muslim Filipinos. He has various publications by way of books and monographs, basically on historical, legal, and political issues impacting Muslims and the Philippines. He is also a lecturer in various fora. I think all our three panelists today have been resource speakers in many fora concerning their respective expertise and experiences. Without further ado, I would like to introduce our first panelist for today, on ASEC, Assistant Secretary Myra Paz Valderosa Abubakar.
Thank you very much. Can I be heard?
Yes po.
Thank you, Pam. Magandang umaga po sa inyong lahat. Wala akong volume.
Magandang umaga po. Naririnig po, ma'am.
Maraming salamat po. To the UP Center for Integrative Development Studies Islamic Studies Program, through the Project Director, Assistant Professor Nefertari Al-Rashid Arsad, thank you very much for inviting me to be part of this webinar panel discussion on the Philippine Halal landscape and to present on the Philippine Halal tourism. To my co-resource speakers for this morning session, Attorney Abdurrahman Linzag, President of Islamic Dawa Council of the Philippines, and Attorney Mehol Sadain, Professorial Lecturer at the UP Institute of Islamic Studies and Pamantasan Lungsod ng Maynila, and to the resource speakers for this afternoon session, to the other officials of the University of the Philippines who are also here with us today, to our dear participants and stakeholders, buenos dias a todos and assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi ta'ala wa barakatuh.
Walaikum assalam.
We all know that the tourism industry is one of those affected when the COVID-19 pandemic started last year. Accommodation establishments, restaurants had to temporarily close, while airline companies, travel agencies had to stop operation for a while. More so, our tourism workers, 5.7 million workers were displaced and 4.8 million were affected by the mobility restrictions, implementation of community quarantine. And even up to now, we can only start opening slowly, provided that the health and safety protocol guidelines are in place. Let me give you an idea of what my discussions will be for this morning. First, I will talk about the global halal economy, to be followed by the Philippine Halal related laws as well as the Tourism Act of 2009, then the Philippine market situation, and the halal Muslim-friendly programs and initiatives of the department and those in coordination with other offices or agencies. The global halal economy, also referred as global Islamic economy, impacts 7 sectors, whose core product services are said to be structurally affected by Islamic ethics and law, and where halal travel or Muslim-friendly travel tourism is part of. The other sectors include, as mentioned by Pami earlier, we have modest fashion, halal media and recreation, halal pharmaceuticals, halal cosmetics, halal food, and Islamic finance. Based on the State of the Global Islamic Economy Report for 2018-2019, there are 1.8 billion Muslims around the world who are spending billions and even trillions of dollars in these 7 sectors. Before the pandemic, as can be seen on the data, these amounts are perceived to increase even more in the projected amount for 2023 as compared to 2017. Regarding halal travel and or Muslim-friendly tourism, it is projected to reach 274 billion in 2023 from 177 billion in 2017. But this data will have to be revisited again though, because I am sure the figures for 2023 has changed a lot. The data also seems to coincide with the Global Muslim Travel Index, GMTI 2019 report of MasterCard Crescent Rating, which provides that by 2026, Muslim visitors globally are forecast to represent more than 10% of tourists worldwide, and that the halal travel sector contribution will grow from 220 billion in 2020 to 300 billion in 2026. For those who are not that familiar with Crescent Rating, they are deemed to be the world's leading authority on halal-friendly tourism. Though the data must be lower by now due to the pandemic, we still believe that halal travel sector will remain to be a big contribution in the tourism worldwide, especially now that the vaccines are already being distributed and governments are continuing to make better the health and safety protocols for travel and related industry. Now that we have an idea of how vast the global halal economy is, Let us now go with the Philippine market situation. Let me briefly discuss the significance to halal and tourism of some of the laws passed in our country. These are Republic Act number 9593 or the Tourism Act of 2009, RA number 9997 or the National Commission on Muslim Filipinos Act of 2009, and RA 10817 or the Philippine Halal Export Development and Promotion Act of 2016. With RA 9593 or the Tourism Act of 2009, though it does not state a direct provision on halal, it can be derived under its Section 2, Paragraph D, which provides that the state declares tourism as an indispensable element of national economy and an industry of national interest and importance, and that it seeks to create a favorable image of the Philippines within the international community, thereby strengthening the country's attraction as a tourism destination and eventually paving the way for other benefits that may result from a positive global view of the country. Under Section 2, Declaration of Policy of RA number 9997, it states that it is henceforth the policy of the state to ensure the rights and well-being of Muslim Filipinos with due regard to their beliefs, customs, traditions, and institutions, providing a basis for addressing the needs of Muslim Filipinos. Last is RA number 10817. This law establishes the Philippine Halal Export Development and Promotion Program and also creates the Philippine Halal Export Development and Promotion Board, or the Halal Board, chaired by the Secretary of the Department of Trade and Industry and vice-chaired by the head of the National Commission on Muslim Filipinos, and where the Department of Tourism is a member. Republic Act number 10817 is deemed to be an important enactment for the halal industry, for it recognizes the potential contribution of halal industries to national economic development, especially in exports, giving birth to the Philippine Halal Export Development and Promotion Program, which shall refer to the comprehensive set of objectives, targets, strategies, and activities for the growth of halal industries, producing or providing products, processes, and services, and resulting to increase of halal products, including, among others, industry development and promotion, such as expansion into non-food halal products and services, consumer awareness and fair trade practices, and provision of common service facilities, where actually halal or Muslim-friendly tourism can be encompassed with. For the Philippine market situation, the table shows the tourist arrivals for 2017 up to 2020 based on the residence of the tourists, which are either Islamic countries or Muslim populated ones. As can be seen on the table, except for 2020, the Philippines has maintained at least 600,000 plus tourist arrivals from these countries since 2017, the bulk of which come from Malaysia, Singapore, and South Asia, proving only that there is a huge market for Muslim-friendly tourism. Combining this data with the 10 million plus population of Muslim Filipinos as estimated by NCMF, we can say that this forms our base market for halal services, which is indeed a really big market that we can actually tap. Further, we can also consider other factors that they may help us in promoting Muslim-friendly tourism in the country. One of this is the entry of the Philippines for the first time, along with South Korea, in the top 10 non-OIC Organization of Islamic Cooperation destinations in 2019, as reported by MasterCard Crescent Rating in its Global Muslim Travel Index 2019, displacing Germany and Australia. Moreover, we can also underscore tourism as an important component to holistically develop our halal in the Philippines and promote the same as well as making the country a respectable player in the global halal ecosystem. With this, the government should focus on providing necessary support to develop Muslim-friendly tourism. Recognizing also that the Philippines is not a Muslim country, which makes it difficult for our tourism sector to invite Muslim travelers to visit our country, can also help to perceive and identify Muslim-friendly tourism as one of the initial strategies to develop and promote halal as our arbitrary export. Another thing that we may look into is the use of the term Muslim-friendly tourism, which refers to provisions of tourism goods and services required by the demand of Muslim tourists and travelers rather than halal tourism, the latter having applicable laws and guidelines which are more stringent as compared to those applicable to Muslim-friendly tourism. After gaining insights on what the global halal economy is, as well as the Philippine market situation, together with the Philippine halal related laws, let us now discuss the different halal or Muslim friendly tourism programs and initiatives done by the Department of Tourism and other agencies or offices. To better grasp its application, may I first provide you with a review of the 6 different tourism touchpoints, which are the following. Number 1, welcome or the arrival. Number 2, accommodation. 3, transport and tours. 4, shopping. 5, dining. And 6, departure. Improving these touch points and aligning them with Muslim-friendly tourism can be seen as a very important factor to develop our country as a Muslim-friendly place. Just to give an example, an issued guidelines for accommodation establishments will better equip them in providing quality services to our Muslim tourists, travelers, and will eventually lead to our objective of having a Muslim-friendly Philippines. Another is by updating the list of our halal certified and Muslim friendly establishments, such as accommodations and restaurants, and informing the public regarding the same will help our Muslim travelers in deciding to visit our country, knowing that there are a number of places where they can stay and available restaurants where they can eat. Having reviewed the significance of the tourist touch points, let us continue with the Muslim-friendly tourism programs and initiatives. Considered as first of its kind in the Department of Tourism, after a series of review, has finally issued on December 11, 2020, Memorandum Circular number 2020-010, or the guidelines governing the operations and recognition of Muslim-friendly accommodation establishments, which aims to ensure quality and appropriate service by the accommodation establishments to the growing Muslim market. Moreover, it is issued pursuant to the mandate of the department to promulgate rules and regulations governing the operation and activities of all tourism enterprises as provided under Section 6 Powers and Functions of RA 9593, as well as the creation of favorable image of the Philippines within the international community as already discussed in the Philippine laws. It is likewise issued as in line with RA number 9997, or the National Commission on Muslim Filipinos Act of 2009, on ensuring the rights and well-being of Muslim Filipinos and in recognition of the beliefs, traditions, and customs of Muslim travelers and tourists as one of the fastest growing tourism sectors in the world, which we have seen in the previous slides on the global halal economy. The circular, which was signed last December 11, 2020, takes effect immediately and remains effective until otherwise superseded, amended, or repealed, and is now the subject of rolling out to raise awareness and to our tourism stakeholders and regional offices. Further, This applies to all DOT accredited accommodation establishments in the country that intend to apply for a certificate of recognition as a Muslim-friendly accommodation establishment. Simultaneous application for DOT accreditation and certificate of recognition may also be done by the concerned accommodation establishment. However, the certificate of recognition shall only be granted only upon the issuance of a DOT accreditation to accommodation establishments. For the guidelines proper, there are 6 dimensions providing different criteria or indicators which the accommodation establishments should comply or are encouraged to follow to be recognized. These are the following: guest handling, Muslim-friendly guest room, halal food and beverages, kitchen, public areas, hotel, transport service. In the next few slides, we will provide you with the highlights of each dimension. However, for a complete list of the indicators, the same are tackled together with the application process and other provisions in a separate discussion for Memorandum Circular number 2020-010. For the first dimension, or guest handling, you can see as part of the criteria the incorporation of the common greeting in Islam by the reception or front desk officer. Information or nearby mosques or Islamic centers and call to prayer information must be or should be provided in the reception counter or front desk. In Muslim-friendly guest rooms, these include the prayer amenities such as the Qibla or the directional sticker, the prayer mat, Muslim holy book or the Quran, or this can also be provided and can be requested from the front desk if needed. And clean water supply in bathrooms with bidets or hand showers for the performance of wudu or ablution. It is also indicated that at least 5% of the total number of rooms in the accommodation establishment shall be assigned as Muslim-friendly guest rooms. With the halal food and beverages, it is important that there is halal food in the establishment as well as Muslim-friendly restaurants in the premises if possible. There should also be a proper segregation and identification of halal food from non-halal food, and that meals during the Ramadan, such as sahur and iftar, are available upon request. For the kitchen, it is necessary that there is a separate area for the preparation of halal food with separate and different set of silverwares, plates, glasswares, etc., as well as separate cold room or refrigerator for halal food and non-halal food ingredients. This also encourage that purchasing manager for halal food or ingredients be designated. For the second to the last dimension, the public areas, it is divided into public prayer room facilities and recreational areas. The public prayer room facilities are almost the same as the prayer amenities in the Muslim-friendly guest room, with some distinctions such as the need for a separate area for men and women. And number 2, for recreational areas, separate wellness and recreational facilities and swimming pool for men and women is encouraged, while non-halal activities are discouraged. Lastly, for halal transport service, transportation services to a nearby local masjid should be available, and that drivers of transport service providers should be aware on the basic fundamentals and principles in serving Muslim tourists. Regarding other activities of the department, these include the initiated orientation and related activities of the department under the Office of the Assistant Secretary for Mindanao, such as the DOT Employees Halal Awareness Seminar with BIMP IAGA updates last January 2020, which aimed to raise awareness on halal and its importance among DOT employees and officials. Another is the second Mindanao Palawan Regional Directors Meeting on BIMP IAGA updates with halal awareness on January 12, 2020, where guest speakers from other related Halal-related agencies, including representatives from Crescent Rating, were invited to discuss on the various aspects of halal and halal Muslim-friendly tourism. A site inspection of a halal-certified kitchen in Zamboanga City was also done as part of the activity for the event. Last is the Halal Orientation for Mindanao, which was conducted on October 2020 via online platform to further raise awareness on halal among Mindanao regional offices and tourism officers and stakeholders. There were also other speaking engagements where the department was invited by other government agencies and private sector to serve as resource person to primarily discuss on the significance of Muslim-friendly tourism. Among these are collaboration on halal-friendly initiatives towards tourism boost for economic boom, the 4th International Islamic Finance Conference, ASEAN Halal Expo, and pre-national halal conference activities which are done prior to the imposition of the community quarantine. Others, such as the third Philippine National Halal Conference, where our very own Secretary Berna Romulo Puyat presented on the topic Muslim-Friendly Tourism, Reshaping the Global Tourism Industry, and the guesting by yours truly in 2 episodes of the Kabuhayang Kaya Kaya to talk on Philippine halal industry with a primary objective to generate the Mindanao halal culinary tourism products that promote the culinary heritage of Mindanao and Bangsamoro Autonomous Region in Muslim Mindanao, as well as document culinary practices of the area through culinary heritage mapping with video production and printed materials as outputs. The BIMP Iaga Mindanao Halal Culinary Tourism Product Development was launched, and the video production for the project was conducted from March 10 to March 28, 2021 in Mindanao regions including BARM to feature their halal certified or Muslim-friendly culinary tourism products. Among these are the Black Seed Burger, Spy Chef Mango Pineapple Hot Sauce, Chicken Piaparan, Tula Itum, Sati, and Ginamos. In addition, interviews were also done among several halal food experts to give insights and background on the featured culinary products and its significance to halal. Currently, the video production portion of the project is already at its post-production stage, while the printing of information, education, and communication materials, such as our coffee table book and 2022 calendar, is on its initial phase and targeted to be completed by July of this year. Aside from those already mentioned, other initiatives and efforts of the department that are also in line with the improvement of the tourism touchpoints and in coordination with other offices or agencies are the following. Number one, development of halal food circuit in Mindanao, which are done in coordination with Mindanao Department of Tourism regional offices. Number two, updating of the list of mosques and halal certified Muslim-friendly establishments such as restaurants and accommodations. At present, almost half of the DOT regional offices have already submitted their updated list of masjids and establishments. And number three, initial communication done prior to the pandemic and implementation of community quarantine on the possibility of putting up public prayer rooms or facilities in airports, malls around the country through the help of the Civil Aviation Authority of the Philippines and the management of various malls in the Philippines, respectively. And number four, the continuation of the orientation on the memorandum circular issued by the Department of Tourism. In the end, we believe that through the above means, programs and activities, and with our continuous efforts that are centered on the improvement of our tourism touchpoints and in the raising of halal awareness and providing opportunities for the same, we are certain that we will indeed achieve a Muslim-friendly country for the Philippines and will be able to sail in this rising global halal market and benefit from its many advantages. Thank you very much. Magsukol kanyo katan. Shukran. I hope that you have learned a lot from this discussion. For your inquiries and other concerns, you may refer to our email address. Muchas gracias and a pleasant morning to all. Wassalamu alaikum warahmatullahi ta'ala wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam at maraming salamat po Asik Abubakar. We will be having questions, but I hope you could stay with us because the questions will be done at the open forum after the panel, all the panel presentations. Maraming salamat po ulit. For our next speaker to speak on halal certification, institutional dynamics and policy gaps is Attorney Abdulrahman Linsag. I mentioned earlier the president of the pioneering halal certifying agency in the Philippines, Islamic Dawah Council of the Philippines. Without further ado, welcome Attorney Abdulrahman Linsag.
Okay, Assalamualaikum. I'm already on. On ako?
Opo, sir. You are on already.
Okay. Thank you so much. At the outset, may I express our thanks and gratitude for inviting the IDCP, especially myself, to join you in this very important exercise. Very important indeed because it is a part of our daily life as Muslims, part of our obligation to follow halal. Now, I would like also to greet Dr. Tadem Teresa, Dean Morados from the Islamic Studies, and also especially, of course, our friend, Attorney Sadain, who will be speaking after me. And then the Assistant Secretary General, Buenos Dias también. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Okay, the topic assigned to me is about the institutional dynamics, halal certification, institutional dynamics, and policy gaps. Now, institutional dynamics. To understand this, we want to discuss about the halal first. But it has been, this definition of halal has been already memorized already by so many of us. But thinking that this is a non-Islamic or non-Muslim country, sometimes we need to define more about this so that we can always refer to what it means. Halal is in a general terminology in Arabic language, which means allowed, lawful, or permissible under the Sharia law. We will always mention about Sharia law because Sharia law is the basis of the institution of halal. And it is also mentioned in the Holy Quran. There are many provisions of the Holy Quran about taking halal. That is already in my presentation. That means it is obligatory for mankind. It is not only the Muslims, it is mankind. Oh, mankind, eat the lawful and good things from what is on earth and follow not the footsteps of Satan. Surely he is an open enemy to you. This is found in Al-Baqarah. Now, following this, what comes to mind is what are the halal food. So the halal food is also defined in the Holy Quran. There is a general definition that everything is made halal by God, and only those that are specifically declared as haram or forbidden is to be observed as forbidden or haram. So there are always these debates on this, because sometimes by taking, for example, fruits, vegetables, seaweeds, fish, shrimps, etc. Those are all halal, aquatic halal. And then you find them in the market, and they are already processed, they are already cooked. So this is the one that misleads most of us Muslims, because we believe that since it is mentioned in the Holy Quran that they are already halal, but then we do not know how this said product was actually processed. So there we will discuss later on about processing, and there is where the halal certification body plays a very important role in assisting the halal consumers in identifying whether these products are halal or not. And then we talk about animal products. Generally, all bovine animals like cows, goats, buffalo, sheep are considered as halal animals. And then chicken, turkey, duck, geese, etc. And farm birds, for example, these are all halal. But they cannot just be eaten alive. We have to kill them. We have to slaughter them. And in the process of slaughtering, there is where the Islamic requirements of halal plays a very important role. That is where we determine whether the meat is halal or not, even if by definition these products are already halal. And this situation is actually the one that misled most of us Muslims in this country, because you cannot find here a restaurant that is actually halal certified, especially in Metro Manila, except when you go to Muslim-owned restaurants where it will be safe for you to be eating some products because they themselves prepare them not just for giving it out for business, for their business, but for themselves as well as Muslims. So the presumption is that they observe the Islamic practices of maintaining the halal food for them. So the restaurants that we find are actually offering meat products as cows or goats, but this you will find that they are not slaughtered properly in accordance with Islamic concept. As a matter of fact, as a halal certification body or authority in this country, we started in 1987 when we were asked to do a halal certification. And we were hesitant to accept that challenge, that obligation to do the halal certification, but thinking that there is no other body that will accept that responsibility to issue halal certification, IDCP then accepted that. And it was in that occasion that we started our halal certification. But the problem was, how can you certify products that are not produced in accordance with Islamic rights? They may be actually originally halal, but then the processing, the factory, they are also producing non-halal or pork products in the same factory. These are our challenges actually, and we will discuss this later on. So what is to be avoided in halal certification? This is what we call haram. Haram is an Arabic word which means unlawful or forbidden under the Sharia law. And of course, the first thing that is forbidden all the time is the one mentioned in the Holy Quran or in the Bible. When even in the Old Testament, it's mentioned there about not eating pig and their derivatives. As a matter of fact, the Bible says that it's not only eating, it's even touching it. Touching the dead carcass of the pig is forbidden by God. But since most of us in this country do not observe that, so we have to find ways and means how to diplomatically address the situation of separating the factory for that particular animal and those that are to be certified as halal. And of course, the role of the government in the in instituting halal, especially when the this Republic Act 10817 was passed, starting from RA 997 were passed. This deserves also some praise from the Muslim sector, because it is only in these laws that they have acknowledged the role of the Muslims in this country and also their existence, especially their way of life. However, there are misunderstanding in the halal, which brought us to a case in the Supreme Court where we need to define who has the authority for this halal, because we have to understand that this is a religious function, this is a religious obligation, and because it is a religious obligation, it must be a religious body. When it is a religious obligation, it means that the authority of this is God. Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala is the authority. And only those that follow God or that submit themselves to the will of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, who are known to be Muslims, are the ones that must exercise that authority. So this is the one that, this is the reason why we have to go to the Supreme Court. And the Supreme Court have made a ruling, very clearly made ruling, because all the 15 justices of the Supreme Court voted in favor of this ruling, that the halal authority falls within the religious body and not our government. The concerns that our government has been trying to drive at when they started to do the halal certification or become the authority had been addressed, according to the Supreme Court, by the so many regulations that our Department of Health, our Department of Food Industry, and other agriculture and others, they have all their own regulations to address their concerns. But in religious matters, it must be the religious body. And this halal is truly a religious concern. And this is the reason why the laws that was passed, 10817, refers only to export development. It is not the actual determination of the food, whether it is halal or not. So if we are guided by these laws, we must be guided accordingly. For example, the provisions of halal in Republic Act 9997 about the role of the NCMF. This was already transferred to the Philippine Accreditation Bureau. But this refers only to the accreditation for export products. So what does it mean when you say refer only to export products? That means there is a double standard in our approach of halal certification. The double standard is that we have a different standard for export. We have a different standard for domestic consumption. This should not be the case. In Islam, in the religion, there is no second class. There is no first class. We are all, when it is halal, it is applicable to all. Whether you are Muslims or non-Muslims, this is good for you. But then if you are non-Muslims, then what can we do? You don't want to follow the direction from God, you see. But our role as a halal authority is to define only, to give the certification after we maintain that these products are halal. We give certification and endorse the product as halal. And we are glad that by now our Department of Tourism has already come to consciousness of the need to maintain the halal products and halal tourism, and we are confronted by the word Muslim-friendly tourism. Why did we say Muslim-friendly tourism? It is because it is very difficult to certify a hotel. You do not certify a hotel. What we need to certify are the facilities that produce the food. See, that is why we have the halal kitchen. The halal kitchen are supposed to be maintained as halal. And as already mentioned by our Honorable Undersecretary, Assistant Secretary, it has to be maintained as halal, and it will be maintained the halal certification body or authority. The reason for this maintenance, because of the fact that you will admit that only very few Muslims are being accepted. Especially here in Metro Manila, you do not find even one Muslim employee of a hotel. So even if there is one Muslim employee, he has no authority also to dictate upon the management of that hotel. But if it is a halal accredited hotel, then they will be applying for halal certification of their facilities or halal kitchen. Now, it's not only the kitchen, it's also in the actual implementation of the food, where the food are being displayed or consumed by the public. I used to mention when we go to other places, for example, we certify products in non-Muslim countries like Argentina or Brazil or in France or in UK or in Germany. or especially in China, so many. And Japan, for example, so many Muslim restaurants there. In China, so many Muslim restaurants. But we cannot find them here in the Philippines. Cannot find a Muslim restaurant here. We cannot find a Muslim hotel. So I hope that by this time, our government will be sincerely doing their part on this matter. Now, I did not want to discuss more about this definition of halal, condition of halal, sanitation, because I think all of you know this already. These are discussed many times by so many of us, including the definition of tahir, or meaning clean. And then we have intoxicant substances, and what is najis. Of course, you know what is najis. These are just Arabic word, but it means unclean or impure. So you don't need to always repeat the Arabic thing in order to be halal. Just like a food, you know, when we make halal certification in some companies, we were surprised that they were expecting us to pray to the food. They were expecting that when we arrive in the factory, they offer some food and we will pray on the food, and then we will give this halal certification already to the factory. Okay? So we need also to educate. Why? We cannot blame them because they really do not know. Now, when we are offered by the food, they also think that the halal food must be with curry. With curry, it must also, mahanghang. You cannot eat fish, other kind of fish, yung mga sinigang, that we usually like to. You cannot eat that. They will not offer it to you because they say this is not halal. You see, in other words, really, then we need to expound more on this. And from our side, it is our duty to do the explanation and education, not only to assist them in the production of halal products, but also to make them aware that that our rules are this, and we are strict on that because we are dealing not only as an individual but as a representative of our of our religion to do the halal certification. Now, let us touch a little bit on halal certification. Halal certification is easy to define. It is just a certification that it is halal. But because it is halal, it has a different meaning and connotation. When you certify halal, you invoke the name of God. So you invoke the name of God. It is like a testimony. A testimony. When it is a testimony, that means that you invoke the name of God. It is like a shahada from the Islamic point of view. You testify that there is no God except Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. That is shahada. Asadu an la ilaha illallah wa asadu anna Muhammadur Rasulullah. I testify that there is no God except God, and that Muhammad is the prophet of the Almighty God. So I testify that this product is halal in accordance with the Quran. So this is it is not that obligation cannot be invoked or cannot be exercised by a non-believer. See, that is why from the World Halal Council, it has always been emphasized that to issue halal certification is a very important act because we invoke the name of God and it is considered as shahada. And that's why non-Muslim halal certifiers are not really qualified to issue the halal certification or to do the shahada. See, even in the Sharia law, witnessing a in a court case, or for example, or to have a court witnesses, just like issuing a testimony, is like also doing the shahada. And the one who do the shahada has a qualification that he must be a believer. Otherwise, if he is not a believer, he cannot be a witness from the religious point of view. All right, so let us discuss, because I have many other presentations, but I do not want to discuss them because they are already repeatedly mentioned in many discussions, especially perhaps in our, maybe it's better even to answer later on the questions during open forum. Now, halal certification body must be a representative of the Ummah. Why? Because the process of identifying and determining whether the product is halal or not is governed by the process of Sharia, in which the findings must be based on the legal principles of proof beyond reasonable doubt. Proof beyond reasonable doubt is a legal term, actually, but it is the requirement in the issuing halal certification. We must have proof that the products that we certify is truly halal. Now, the critical issues in halal certification lies more on critical products. Critical products are meat products and chicken products and flavors. These are critical because by nature, animals must have some qualifications to be made into halal, to become halal, to be consumed as halal. Qualification is the slaughtering. Even the slaughtering has so many requirements. For example, that the product must not be, the animal must not be stunned. There is no stunning. All right, it must be alive. It must be healthy animal, and there must be there are some preparation before the slaughtering, such as the preparation of the animal is that they must not be administered with some antibiotics prior to slaughtering. But sometimes to discuss this, sometimes we are already, what is this? These are our regulations. These are our regulations for the halal certifiers, and it is our obligation to follow all these things. But what we need to discuss, especially in this forum, I think, is where we can get an animal, a halal animal. Because there is no halal slaughterhouse in Metro Manila. There is no slaughterhouse in many provinces. I don't know. In my hometown in Mindanao, there is no slaughterhouse halal. There's no halal slaughterhouse. So where do we get our halal meat? The meat are just, you buy a cow and then you slaughter it outside the slaughterhouse. Why? Why don't you slaughter it in the public slaughterhouse? The public slaughterhouse are not maintained as halal. They slaughter there more pig than cows. So, and we cannot do that because of the contamination. These are the needs that we need to address, our government need to address. If we are truly concerned about producing halal products. You see, I don't know, in Mindanao, we have a dressing plant that we certified in Zamboanga. But after maybe 1 year or less than 1 year, they already they did not allow us to go anymore because they say we are already halal. I don't know what happened now, because halal in this country is not by force. Even if we were reciting so many laws here, we can. These are all voluntary, because the nature of halal is voluntary. It is like a religion. There is no compulsion in religion from the Islamic point of view. So that is why we cannot force anybody if they do not like halal. But alhamdulillah, from our side, many companies are coming to us. But sadly, the purpose of this is only for export. Why not for local? And this is what I was mentioning about double standard in halal, and which we appeal to the public, and we hope that this seminar, as well as the University of the Philippines at Philly, can do more about this, especially that they are the office that also rather gives advice, maybe for policy of the government, especially on Muslim concerns. So I think my time is over, and we can answer later on the open forum, more of this. And finally, may I thank our host, Assistant Professor Al-Rasid Arsad. I think we met each other already many times, but I seem to forget already on this matter. Thank you for your kind invitation, and we congratulate your office for initiating this important event. As usual, Islamic Dawah Council of the Philippines is with open arms to be joining you with all the concerns that you want to give us. Inshallah. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam, Attorney Abdurrahman Linsag. Thank you for your presentation, overview on halal certification and institutional dynamics. As of now, there are already several questions to panelists, but we will field them later after the presentation of Attorney Sadain. Maraming salamat po ulit, Attorney Linsag.
Welcome. You're welcome, ma'am.
Attorney Sadain will be speaking on the legal and institutional ecosystem of halal development in the Philippines, which is also a very pertinent topic because it will determine how halal will truly develop in the Philippine setting. Without further ado, may we welcome Attorney Sadain.
Thank you, Dr. Nefer. أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم والصلاة والسلام على سيدنا محمد وعلى آل الأنبياء والمرسلين. Assalamu alaikum to everybody attending this webinar. Assalamu alaikum also and greetings to Assistant Secretary Myra Abubakar, a colleague from an old acquaintance from Zamboanga City. And of course, my good friend and Panyero, Attorney Abdurrahman Linsag, is correct in saying that IDCP pioneered halal certification here. Yeah, congratulations for that. And peace to everybody. This presentation, can I please have screen sharing? Nefer, okay lang to? Can this be seen?
Okay na po, sir. It's fine.
Okay. I had to start here a presentation that will make sense of the somewhat complicated situation in
Sir, excuse me, I
certification.
think so. You were muted. Oh, okay na po.
Okay na. Okay. Vis-a-vis the so-called Philippine Halal ecosystem. So this presentation is on the legal and institutional halal ecosystem aspect of the halal ecosystem in the Philippines. If you look at this short timeline that I did, the first pertinent law would be Republic Act 9997 that would mention halal. This is the law that created the National Commission for Muslim Filipinos from the old Office of Muslim Affairs, the OMA, and gave the Commission the halal accreditation function and lead role in on halal concerns. This was approved in 2010. Halal accreditation was activated in 2012 to 2013. And then the law, particularly focusing on halal, existed until 2016 when the new law was passed, and this is Republic Act number 10817, which actually concentrates on the halal export development and promotion. But at the same time, it takes away the accreditation function from the NCMF, and the lead role is now with the Department of Trade and Industry.
Attorney,
So, Attorney
excuse
Lisa,
me po. Excuse me, attorney, may I interrupt? There is a problem with your audio, sir. Baka pwede hong malakasan. Pasensya na po.
I'll just get closer.
Salamat.
Ano, naririnig na?
Okay ho, okay na.
So, that is correct. No? Yung sinasabi ni Attorney Linsag that there seems to be a disjoint between government function and the function of the private sector. But hopefully this lecture will clear this up. Now, let me begin by giving you a brief discussion on how Sharia has been implemented in the Philippines, which is not necessarily devoted to halal, but how Islamic law has been incorporated into Philippine law. First one actually do this was PD 83, which is the Code of Muslim Family Laws, CMPL, enacted in February 4 of 1977. This one actually deals with Muslim marriages, divorce, support, legitimation, paternity and filiation, succession, and then mandates also the setting up of Sharia courts and giving them their particular specific jurisdictions. This was signed by then President Marcos in 1977. it did not become operational until after the Supreme Court, uh, pursuant to its function as the highest judicial tribunal of the land, until the Supreme Court promulgated via an en banc resolution the so-called Ijra'atul Mahakam Sharia in 1983. Okay, this is the one that came up with the laws of practice before Sharia courts. This is also upon the enactment of promulgation of this uh, resolution by the Supreme Court, the first Sharia bar exams to qualify Sharia counselors to practice before the courts, and the first courts were opened around this year, 1983. So it took more or less 6 years before the Code of Muslim Personal Laws was finally operated. By the way, just an aside, the Code of Muslim Personal Laws contains provisions on absolute divorce. No? So it is not exactly correct for some of our lawyers to say that there is no absolute divorce in the Philippines. There is, but it is confined only to Muslim marriages. Next, we had the Republic Act number 6848, which established the Islamic Bank. No? This was the charter of the Al-Amana Islamic Investment Bank of the Philippines, enacted on January 26, 1990. 6848. I was looking at the questions here. I think one of my friend was asking about uh, capital generation. No, well, this is not exactly capital generation because this concentrates on the halal certification and accreditation business. But Islamic uh, capitalization would be Islamic finance, which is partly tackled by this RA 6848. But this one only is only the charter of the Al-Amana Islamic Investment Bank. It does not allow other banks to go into Islamic banking. Next, we have in red Republic Act 9997, which I already mentioned to you, and which was also mentioned by Assistant Secretary Mayra Abubakar in her lecture. This was approved on February 18, 2010. Then we have this one also mentioned by two earlier speakers, Republic Act 10817, the Philippine Halal Export Development and Promotion Act of 2016, uh, enacted into law on May 16, 2016. So that's almost 5 years from now already. I'll talk to this later, I'll elaborate on this later. Recent one, Islamic finance, which actually supplements 6848, is Republic Act 11439, and this is the Islamic Banking Act, enacted into law on August 22, 2019. This is not the topic of this seminar. I hope we can have another webinar on this, because it appears that disputes relating to Islamic banking law or Islamic finance can already be entertained by our Sharia courts, because that jurisdiction has been given to them pursuant to the Bangsamoro Organic Law. And finally, you have Republic Act number 11054, the Bangsamoro Organic Law, which repealed the old ARM law, ARMM law. And this one has many features on on halal, on Islamic finance, Islamic procedure, Sharia courts, but the coverage of RA 11054 is limited only to the five provinces, meaning the jurisdictional area or territory of the BARM, the Bangsamoro Autonomous Region in Muslim Mindanao. So that is the limitation of 11054. This is now the status of Sharia implementation in the Philippines. And pursuant to Article 2, Paragraph A of PD 1083, all of these laws are actually incorporated into Philippine law. They are part of the recognition by the Philippines of Sharia elements now in the law by virtue of the Philippines having a minority Muslim population. Very important to remember this when you look at the entire environment of Sharia implementation in this country. But we will look at the uh, two laws which are in red and concentrate on 10817. Let me just go back to the halal industry in the Philippines. This was already discussed by Attorney Linsag. I would still consider the halal industry in the Philippines at a very young age. Despite the fact that we started as early as 1987, it is in its fledgling state because it has not really uh, grown that much, no, compared to, say, Malaysia, Indonesia, Singapore, which is a small country, and Thailand, no, which is also a non-Muslim country. Mostly it deals only with food and consumables, and sometimes accreditation of halal premises, such as halal restaurants. Uh, by the way, we have Muslim-owned hotels, but they are mostly located in Mindanao. No? Okay. But what can the halal industry in the Philippines turn into? This is very important. It can actually go into non-consumables, like cosmetics and other personal care. It can also go into sukuk or Islamic investments, Islamic security. It can go into takaful or Islamic insurance. It can go into Islamic banking, which it is going into now, no? With the new law. And in some countries, it has even gone into transportation and tourism. Even here, Aztec Abu Bakar has talked about this. It's now being developed, and including entertainment. No? You might be surprised there is now something coming out of Malaysia to rival Netflix. No, it is called Nurflix. Nur meaning light. Nurflix, specializing on offering movies that are halal, no? Or what you would call Muslim friendly, no? If they are not really certified halal. So there is, however, a caveat which I'd like to take up as early as this. And this is that the halal industry should not just emphasize on the business or commercial angles or aspect. It should actually be founded on Sharia or Islamic law and the requirements of Islamic law. This should not be forgotten. Because if you concentrate on import, export rather, and other commercial activities of halal, all halal certified products, without looking at the Islamic background and foundation of halal, then it's like you are like putting the cart before the horse, and that will not work. You will not be able to compete uh, uh, in the global halal market. And what is the global halal market now? In the latest, uh, one of the latest report in Arab News, it pegged the potential income from halal in 2024 to be at 3.2 trillion US dollars. So that means at this time, even with the pandemic, it will probably be around 3 trillion, 3 trillion US dollars. That's how huge the halal global market is. Let's go to this provision in RA 9997. And this was mentioned by uh, Assistant Secretary Abubakar, but I'd like to concentrate on one of the powers, no, of the National Commission of Muslim Filipinos, and this is Section 8, Paragraph H. It says here, to promote and develop the Philippine halal industry and accredit halal certifying entities or bodies for the utmost benefit of Muslim Filipinos and in partnership or cooperation with appropriate agencies, individuals, and institutions here and abroad. This is old law. This has already been repeated by 1017. No? But this sets the policy direction for halal in this country. And this sets, to my mind, the so-called halal ecosystem in the country. Look at the emphasis here. what was NCMF supposed to do? It was supposed to focus on accreditation of halal certified bodies, not certify products as halal, but accredit the halal certified bodies. This provision is an offshoot of the IDCPA, which Attorney Linsaga mentioned earlier. The Supreme Court having made the pronouncement that government cannot go into halal certification, then it concentrated on halal accreditation as part of its police power. And lawyers like us will understand this. No? And then the second thing is it mentions partnership or cooperation with appropriate agencies, individuals, institutions here and abroad. That is the halal ecosystem. And that has been initiated in Republic Act 9997, Section 8H. We must not forget this provision, even if it has been repealed, as we go into 10817. So let me just briefly with the pastoral of the NCMF, just to give you an idea, no, and compare it now later on. We'll be able to compare it with the DTI under 10817. Under RA 9997, the NCF was tasked with the promotion and development of the halal uh, industry in the Philippines. Uh, and it used to be, at this time, when the function was not yet taken from it, the agency that accredited private halal certifiers. Accreditation was done by the NCMF. Pursuant to the power of government to regulate matters that have an impact on the public. So through accreditation, the government through NCMF is placed in a position to vouch for the integrity of accredited certifiers. This and relay this to concerned domestic and foreign institutions and clients. Such accreditation is done pursuant to the police power of the state, where the state assumes part of the responsibility in ensuring the quality and reliability of the certifying process, especially as they go out into the export business. NCMF did not certify halal products, contrary to the earlier activities of the old Office of Muslim Affairs. It merely accredited organizations, private organizations that are responsible for the certification business. Now, let me just cite the difference between, I know this was discussed by Attorney Linsal, but just to be clear about it, difference between accreditation and certification. This is actually contained in RA 10817. No? Section 3A says, accreditation refers to the procedure by which a government agency having jurisdiction formally attests to the competence of an inspection and or certification body to provide inspection and certification services. It's a general definition of accreditation. It is the definition of accreditation that pertains to the Philippine Accreditation Bureau. So it can apply to anything. And then what about certification? It refers to third-party attestation of conformance to standards and guidelines related to products, processes, systems, or persons. So this is now a third-party attestation by the halal certifiers in the case of the halal industry of conformance to standards and guidelines related to products, processes, systems, or persons. So now the present law reposes the accreditation function on one set of offices and then the certification function on the private sector. So pursuant to this mandate, from 2012 to 2013, the NCMF invited organizations to qualified to be halal certifiers themselves to be accredited. And NCMF was able to accredit at least three at around 2013. No? The Muslim Mindanao Halal Certification Board, MMHCB, based in Cotabato City. The Mindanao Halal Authority, MINHA, based in General Santos City. The Halal International Chamber of Commerce and Industries of the Philippines, HICCIP, based in Green Hills, Metro Manila. No? These were the ones who submitted. Now, this is just I have not spoken about this with Attorney Linsag, no, but I was actually informed that IDCP actually submitted certain documents, but it did not reach my office at that time. No? But this is already water under the bridge. No? But the the thing here is that when there is government accreditation, government assumes responsibility over vouching, no, and certifying on the integrity of the halal certifiers as well as the certification process. Uh, Later on in our discussion, you will see that why halal accreditation has not really been big in this country. You know, I will show you that, and most halal certifiers would also be familiar with this. No? But many of us who are not Muslims, and even those who are Muslims who are not really uh, privy, you know, to halal certification, might not know this. But this will come later. Uh, Right now, there are other halal international halal recognition bodies. No? This is one is in Southeast Asia. One is the so-called goes by the acronym of JAKIM. JAKIM. It stands for Jabatan Kemajuan Islam Malaysia, which is Department of Islamic Development in Malaysia. Okay. The other one is MUIS, and it stands for Majlis Ugama Islam Singapura, no, for Islamic Religious Council of Singapore. So that these are the two prominent halal certification bodies in Southeast Asia, and most of the halal certifiers all around Southeast Asia would usually gravitate towards them. Now, where is the halal lead function reposed now? So on May 26, on May 16 rather, 2016, or barely or around 6 years after the effectivity of RA 9997, Congress passed RA 10817, which we have already mentioned several times before. No? And this is the Philippine Halal Export Development and Promotion Act of 2016. It amended, of course, that pertinent provision in RA 9997. And then it created the Philippine Halal Export Development and Promotion Board. We shall call this Halal Board for short, no? The Halal Board for short. The Halal Board is chaired by the Secretary of the Department of Trade and Industry, Secretary of the DTI, with the Secretary of the NCMF, this is a Muslim usually, no? As Vice Chair. Okay. The other members are the Secretary of Agriculture, Secretary of Health, Secretary of Tourism, to which our speaker, Asek Abubakar belongs, no? Secretary of Science and Technology, Secretary of Foreign Affairs, the Governor of the Bangko Sentral ng Pilipinas, the Chair of the Mindanao Development Authority, and two Muslim Filipino professionals coming from either the academe, law, the halal industry, or food science, no? Who have to be appointed by the president so that they can sit in the board and then stay there for a term of 3 years. 3 years. These secretaries, these ex officio members of the halal board, can actually be represented by their subordinate officers, not lower than bureau directors. No, not lower than bureau directors. So I would assume for DOT, would assume that Director Myra Paz, the ASEC, is representing the DOT there. No? Now, just please note this. This is just for academic discussion. Just note this. No, it may or it may not happen. But it may happen, and that is the bad thing about it. No? Unless the alternate members of the halal board, no? Meaning those representing the secretaries, are Muslims themselves, then the board is only assured of 100% assured, no, of three Muslim representation. Three: the Secretary of NCMF and the two Muslim professionals. That's three. No? That is the worst case scenario. In other words, it is quite possible for the Philippines to have a halal board that is majority non-Muslim, issuing policies and deciding matters that are Islamic in nature. See? So that's one problem that you have to to resolve there. Uh, right now, I think the secretaries, knowing their limitation, they have designated Muslims who are USEC or ASEC or bureau directors to sit for them, and these officials can actually make decisions binding to the departments. So that's one question that I'd like to pose, and we'll go to that later. Now, what about the present halal accreditation function? The halal accreditation function is now with the it is an existing office, the Philippine Accreditation Bureau, the PAB, formerly the Philippine Accreditation Office, which is actually part of the DTI. It was launched as a bureau in December of 2015, originally created by Executive Order number 802 in 2009, based on Section 13 of Republic Act 9236, which is the National Metrology Act of 2003. The PEB is the national accreditation body for accrediting, inspection, testing, and certifying bodies, regardless of whether it is halal or not halal. So, bali, ang ginawa lang dito, the halal function now, accreditation, was given to them in as much as this is the national accreditation body. That is what happened here. Now, the PAB is under the DTI, of course, I told you that, and operates through the PAB Council, which is chaired by the Secretary of the Department of Trade and Industry. Now, what the PAB did, since of course it suffers also the same problem with the halal board, no, because most of the members of the PAB are non-Muslims, no, so it applied for membership to the International Halal Accreditation Forum, or what I would abbreviate as IHAF or IHAF, no? IHAF. This is the International Halal Accreditation Forum, which made the PAB a full member in December of 2017. Okay. So that is the credential of the PAB in terms of the halal accreditation. But what is the IHAF? The IHAF is an organization of different halal accreditation bodies, initially formed by the United Government of the UAE, the United Arab Emirates, in 2016. So bagong body lang po ito. The members as of 2016 are the Dubai Accreditation Department, Emirates National Accreditation System, General Coordination for Accreditation of Brazil, American Association for Laboratory Accreditation, Pakistan National Accreditation Council, Gulf Center for Accreditation, Entidad Nacional de Acreditación of Spain, Saudi Accreditation Committee, United Kingdom Accreditation Service. And of course, after that, several countries came in. So now it includes accreditation bodies from Jordan, Nigeria, Russia, Cambodia, Costa Rica, Sudan, Argentina, Thailand, Jamaica, and of course our country, the Philippines. So this is a group of accreditation bodies, international, from different countries. No? One of the aims of the IHAF is to come up with a uniform accreditation system to be followed internationally by all of its member accreditation bodies. So that is one of the functions. But it does not intrude into your internal accreditation. It just tells you that, okay, this is the internationally accepted accreditation system, let us use this. And whether or not you use it, that's really up to you. Now, we'll go back to that later, to the IHAF. What is an ecosystem? Dito ako medyo nahirapan because I told Nefer, what is this that you're asking me to report on? This is like zoology or biology or ecology, and I'm a lawyer, no? But I think it makes sense, no? So the ecosystem is literally defined as a biological community of interacting organisms and their physical environment. That is the scientific definition. And the components are animals and plants, the organisms, light and air, which makes up the atmosphere, soil and minerals, and then water. Water, that's the fourth component. Um, Now, going down to the political, legal, and regulatory environment, we can say that this is very influential insofar as carrying out business activities. Now, why did I include the political, legal, and regulatory environment? Because of the legal aspect. Now, so how do you relate this legal aspect now to this so-called ecosystem? Ecosystem. Let me just go back to the components. If you look at the animals and plants, which are the organisms, you can now compare this to the different bodies that compose the halal ecosystems. The light and air is the atmosphere. It's like the milieu within which all of these things operate. If you have, for instance, an environment that's friendly to halal or knows halal, then you have a good chance of putting in legislation, good legislation. Then soil and minerals. This is the foundation where you put the uh, the halal industry, which actually consists of laws and regulations. What about the water? Water, to my mind, is Sharia because water is the one that gives life to everything, and it is not. Uh, uh, it is. It is uh, uh, notable. No, it is notable to uh, look at Sharia from the perspective or definition of something or a path that leads to the water place. That is actually the literal definition of Sharia, a path that leads to the water place. If Sharia therefore leads to the water place, then it really jives with each function as water in this ecosystem. Let me now go into this. This would be the last few slides. No? We will go by this diagram, and this is where I'm going to explain to you the ecosystem part. The HB there, the one in orange or red, refers to the Halal Board. Okay? The PAB is the Philippine Accreditation Bureau. The HC would be the Halal Certifier. PHI would be the Philippine Halal Industry. Of course, inside the PHI would be the different producers and manufacturers. And the IHB would be the International Halal Body, which can be represented by JAKIM or MUIS, which I mentioned earlier. But in this case, in this diagram that I'll show you later, I'll have this represented by IHAC because of the accreditation function. And then below there would be the consumers or the consumer groups, stakeholders of halal, and then the market, no, which is domestic as well as international. Now, look at this. Sub encircling, no, covering the arrows there, no, and part of the functions of these different interacting bodies would be Sharia, Islamic law, from where the halal concept comes from, statutes like 10817 by Congress, enacted by Congress, as well as future statutes that it may enact concerning halal, and rules of the agencies, procedural rules, for instance, on how accreditation may be done, as well as how certification by the halal agencies, halal certifiers are done. This covers that relationship. This covers that relationship. So law, therefore, statutes, as well as regulations are very important in the development of this halal ecosystem. It is not just institution, there is actually the overreaching presence of legal provisions there. Now, let me try to segmentalize the functions, no? the halal functions now as embodied in this so-called ecosystem. Let us look at the black circle there, the black arrow, and the other black circle. You have the Halal Board, Philippine Accreditation Bureau, and then there's that arrow in black going to the halal certifiers. Halal certifier. Okay. Now, please take note, HBPAB goes down to the halal certifier. What is that? That is the accreditation framework of the halal industry. So you have the halal board, which is a policy generating body and supervises the entire halal export business. No? And then you have the PAB, which is the accreditation body below the halal board. Actually, I cannot just put it right under, no, because there seems to be no way to do it. But probably somebody who knows how to work on the PowerPoint presentation can put it there. It should be right under the halal board, the PAB. And then it goes down now, the accreditation function of the PAB, of course, from the policies generated by the halal board, goes to the halal certifiers. And the halal certifiers are the ones that certify halal products. So accreditation, PAB to the halal board, these are government functions. Certification by the halal certifiers, this is the private sector function because the determination of the halalness of something is a religious task. No? And therefore, it cannot done by the state. It cannot be done by the state. It has to be done by the private sector, no? Just as the IDCP. So that is the accreditation framework of the halal industry. Next, look at this. The ones in black is from the IHB to the halal board, halal international halal bodies to the halal board and the Philippine Accreditation Bureau down to the halal certifiers. Halal certifiers. That is the black thing there, the arrow, no? And the three black circles. Now, what does that represent? In this halal ecosystem, it represents the international uniformity of accreditation standards, to which all of these halal accreditation bodies should conform to. No? They should conform to, so that you get a uniform accreditation for global halal certifiers. No? And here I will use the IHAP. No? The IHAP sets the uniform international standards. Then this is taken in by the PAB, of which is now a full-fledged member of the IHAP, to formulate its local accreditation standards based also on what the Philippine standards are. No? Philippine standards are as formulated by the Halal Board. And then it goes down to the Halal certifiers because the accreditation standards produced by the PAB, which is based on the international accreditation standard, is the one used now to accredit the halal certifiers. Halal certifiers now proceeds to certify products as halal using Philippine standards. So that is the international uniformity of accreditation standards, and that represents this black thing here. Next, you have this black ball going down. No? From the halal certifiers, it goes to the Philippine halal industry. the what I would call now as the entire environment of halal in the Philippines, and then it goes down to the consumers. What is this? This is the halal certification process. This is the halal certification process and the subsequent marketing of halal. So the halal certifiers, there. It starts with the halal certifiers. It goes down to the Philippine halal industry, which is where the producers and manufacturers are. The producers and manufacturers then markets. They market now. They market the halal goods and merchandise to the consumers, consumer groups, stakeholders, both in the domestic as well as international market. Okay. That is the halal certification process. So you have seen, therefore, from that model or diagram of the halal ecosystem, you have seen these different aspects from accreditation uh, to coming up with uniform accreditation standards, to the certification process, to the marketing activities. All of them are subsumed in this so-called halal diagram, no, for the Philippine halal industry. So before my time runs out, let's now go to the last slide. And this is the recommendations. The first one says statutes and rules should observe and follow the basic rules of halal as communicated in scriptural text, meaning the Quran, and traditions or sunnah of the Prophet Muhammad.
Sir, excuse me, attorney. There's an audio problem again, sir. Pasensya na.
Hindi niyo naririnig.
Apo,
So
choppy.
let me repeat. No? These are the recommendations to enhance the Philippine legal and institutional ecosystems. I hope you can read this. So there should be statutes and rules, and these statutes and rules should observe and follow the basic rules on halal as enunciated in scriptural text, meaning the Quran, and tradition of the Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam, the Sunnah of the Prophet Muhammad. There is a need, therefore, for Islamic law in the halal ecosystem, and that is the one I showed earlier, the one with broken lines. Second, uh, administrative bodies on halal should be equipped with needed credentials. Administrative, I'm referring here to the halal board as well as the Philippine accreditation bodies. No? Of course, the halal certifiers understood na yan, that they are equipped with the so-called technical expertise. No? But these accreditation bodies should be equipped with needed credentials, expertise, and skill to perform the accreditation function of government, coupled with continuing upgrading thereof. Why is there a need for this? This is the reason why I ask my students in administrative law to come in, no, and attend this. Because part of the reason why you have administrative bodies or agencies is that it has the required expertise to deal with problems, technical problems that need not go to the courts and may be resolved at the level of these administrative bodies. So these administrative bodies that handle accreditation, they should have the needed credentials, they should have the needed knowledge and skills and technical expertise, because that is their role as administrative bodies. Without this, they cannot function properly. They cannot function properly. And if you relate this to the halal industry, to the halal export, nobody will buy or export from the Philippines if they are not properly certified as halal, no, by the so-called accredited halal certifiers. Third, administrative bodies on halal should be capacitated to make procedural rules and enforcement mechanisms that are necessary to effectively carry out their functions. There may be a need for further study on this. I have to admit, I have very short time, and this is not my field of expertise anyway. But if you look at Section 16 of 10817, Republic Act 10817, it says that applicability of fair trade, consumer protection, and copyright laws and regulatory agency charter. The relevant provisions of fair trade, consumer protection, and copyright laws and their implementing rules and regulations, as well as the charters of regulatory standard agencies, shall be applied in the implementation of this act. Shall be applied. So this appears to be enforcement mechanisms, no, contained in the Fair Trade, Consumer Protection, and Copyright laws. This is Republic Act 7394. Further study should be done on this so that it can be attuned to the halal requirement. You have to remember that when when this law was enacted or promulgated, there was no halal export yet. So it's quite possible that the text of this law will not be directly applicable to the halal industry or to halal merchandise. The other one, which I noticed, is the Food Safety Act of 2013, Republic Act 1061111, promulgated on August 22, 2013, which can also be an enforcement mechanism to make halal certifiers comply with their roles in terms of certifying food as halal. But again, it may not again directly apply because food safety assumes that the food is not safe for consumption. No? But halal is halal. When you certify a food halal, it doesn't necessarily mean that non-halal food are not safe for consumption. They are safe for consumption. It's just that the halal food have another degree, no, of what we call this of processes that it went through, no? And therefore that is the reason why they are called halal. No? Be that as it may, these administrative bodies on halal should have this function, no, to make the necessary enforcement mechanisms that are necessary to effectively carry out their functions. So this one, the making of procedural rules and mechanisms, I consider this as the quasi legislative functions of these administrative bodies, which is part, of course, of administrative law. And then the fourth one is administrative bodies on halal should be able to effectively adjudicate conflicts and disputes so that they are settled even before reaching the courts. Because it is a basic principle in administrative law that the reason why you have administrative bodies is to lessen the burden on the courts. So instead of filing cases before the courts like estafa or unfair trade practices and other cases that will arise out of, or torts probably, no, arise out of negligence in applying halal certification rules, then this can be handled by the so-called administrative bodies on halal. Because the truth is, the halal board is capacitated to investigate, no, to investigate uh, disputes and conflicts arising from its scope of work. But it cannot issue an order or decision. It can only issue a recommendation to be forwarded to the appropriate agencies. So that is not sufficient. That is not sufficient. That's not going to strengthen the halal ecosystem or the halal legal system here. So, in short, therefore, let me summarize this. There's a need for going back to Islamic law, no, which therefore necessitates that the basis for halal is not export orientation, but is Sharia. Second, there should be uh, expertise on halal. Third, there should be quasi-legislative function on the part of the administrative agency. And then finally, there should be quasi-judicial functions. All of this enhanced, no? Enhanced in order to also enhance the Philippine halal legal and institutional ecosystems. So hopefully, with these things in mind, I'm no longer in government, but probably government functionaries like our good ASEC here and the other who are members of the Halal Board can look into this and strengthen, no, the Philippine Halal ecosystem, or Philippine Halal industry by putting more teeth, no, in the enforcement mechanism. The basic question to answer here is, what if the halal certifier does not do its job properly? How can you make it accountable? See, that is the basic problem. Because to a Muslim, if you have eaten non-halal food certified as halal, but it is actually non-halal or it contains haram, then even if you don't sin because you don't know that it is not halal, it is haram, you will be impure. That is the belief of Muslims. And recently, we must take lesson from what happened in Malaysia. It was discovered in December last year that there was a Malaysian cartel bringing in meat from foreign countries into Malaysia and then having this certified as Jakim halal certified meat product. So that is a problem. And that is a huge that's now a huge problem in Malaysia now, the halal industry of Malaysia. We hope that does not happen in the Philippines. So thank you very much for attending this, and I hope we are able to generate a good discussion on this later. Thank you very much. Assalamu alaikum.
Waalaikumsalam, Attorney. Maraming salamat po, Attorney Sadain, for your presentation on the legal and institutional ecosystem of halal in the Philippines. We move to the open forum. The first question we received was directed to ASEC Myra. This is from Tato Sangkopan. What is the difference between halal, halal certified, and halal friendly establishments? And how can we reconcile this from just halal friendly to halal certified?
Thanks, no, Pam. To Chef Tato, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi ta'ala wa barakatuh. If you remember earlier, I never mentioned about halal-friendly establishments, but I always made a distinction between halal certified and Muslim friendly establishments. Kasi nga po, meron po talagang malaking difference between the two. So, for us to be able to jumpstart halal tourism in the Philippines, what we actually were looking at is to develop Muslim-friendly establishments first before, as I mentioned also kanina, medyo stringent po ang mga requirements and guidelines na kailangan for an establishment to be halal certified. So it's halal certified establishment or Muslim-friendly establishment po.
Thank you, Asek. Perhaps some of the panelists would like to add to the answer, to respond to the question. Meron ho ba? Yes,
All
attorney.
right. Thank you for the question. And the explanation of our Undersecretary ASIC is well taken, actually. She did not refer to halal friendly. She mentioned about halal, I'm Muslim friendly. These words actually were coined initially in Malaysia when they were in the process of certifying restaurants and hotel. How to certify a halal hotel or restaurant? Especially in Malaysia, it is easy because the one that enforces the halal certification is the government itself. And they have the authority to do that because it's a Muslim government. That's why even the JAKIM is a government office. That it cannot be likened to our situation where there is a very big gap between government and religion. What we are enforcing here is the religious belief. Now, so finally, when they cannot, they cannot stop. For example, even the airlines, they cannot stop the non-Muslim passenger from asking some drinks that cannot be accepted in the as halal. So they coined the word Muslim friendly. And immediately this term, I think, was accepted and adopted in our jurisdiction by our government, Muslim friendly. But if you go to the actual verification on the process or on the establishment itself, it's not really Muslim friendly. They'll just welcome the Muslims. They can just say Salamu Alaikum and they make it appear that you are already happy that you are greeted the Islamic way. As a matter of fact, from the Islamic discipline, when you are greeted salam, you have to be to accept the greetings and making good greeting also. But it is better that the one who greeted you with Salaam Alaikum also means sincerely believes those words that invokes God in that greeting. So it is Muslim friendly. Now, what are the Muslim friendly? I think what is meant here by the Malaysians and where it's already adopted here is that Muslim can go there. For example, when they go to a restaurant, they ask for Muslim food. Muslim food, not necessarily halal. Because, among us Muslims here, it is a common situation where we have to adopt the emergency rule. Emergency rule. What is that emergency rule? Emergency rule is that when a Muslim is in a situation when he is already dying of hunger, he can also take the food of the non-Muslims. That's what happened here. And why they go to certain restaurant that is only producing chicken, because according to their explanation, this is the least, the least, what is this? Um, lesser evil if we compare it to that particular situation. This is what, and this cannot be qualified as Muslim friendly. I'm sorry for that, but I think we need more of this, and we hope we can help also if our help is also what is this sought for by our government entity on this matter.
Thank you, Attorney Linsag. There is a related question to this from Zenaida Tando. I would like to clarify on issuing halal certification. For Muslim-friendly establishments which are not Muslim-owned, are they qualified for a halal certification even if they are not Muslims, or is there a separate classification such as Muslim-friendly establishment only?
Can I say a few words, yeah,
Yes,
for
please.
that?
Yes,
Yes,
please
yeah.
ask.
Again, to Ma'am Zenaida Zainab Tando, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi ta'ala wabarakatuh. I actually cannot discuss further what the guidelines and requirements are for halal certification. But nevertheless, what I can actually say is that for in the past, no, in the past when I was still not with the Department of Tourism, there were actually hotel establishments not necessarily owned by Muslims who were halal certified. There were a few in Manila and also some in Mindanao that were halal certified. Um, but one particular thing that they have is they have a separate halal kitchen, but it was not necessarily owned by a Muslim. Then also here in Zamboanga, I could actually mention of one that a hotel establishment here, not being owned by a Muslim, has a separate halal kitchen and facility. So that area in that hotel is the one that is being halal certified. So yun po yung ano, yun yung sagot. But with the requirements and guidelines for halal certification, I am not really the expert on that. Thank you, Pam.
Okay, thank you. There's a question here to Attorney Sadain. What are your comments and suggestions with the Halal Board of Bangsamoro, which was patterned after the Philippine Halal Export Law? What will be the form of the halal ecosystem in the region with unique government setup? The questioner is an anonymous attendee.
Okay. Well, the setup would be basically the same, no? Because if you note that presentation talks about institutions, the one that does the accreditation, talks about halal certifiers, talks about the industry, no? But the one thing that BARM has an advantage over the rest of the country is that BARM is predominantly Muslim. So that means most of the officials who will be sitting in those bodies will be Muslims. See, and then there will be higher consciousness, Islamic consciousness in that body, no, in the halal ecosystem of the BARM, because of that. Ito yung tinatawag kong the light and air, no, of that ecosystem. If the light and air of the ecosystem is friendly, I use the term friendly to Islam, then it will prosper there. It will not encounter that much difficulty. No? Now, let me also try to answer and give contribute something to that last question addressed to ASEC Myra. No, this has always been the problem of certification, because yes, understandably, when you certify products. You don't certify ownership. So even if the ownership is non-Muslim, as long as the products comply with the processes, with the procedure of halal, with that national halal standard, it can be certified as halal. So the problem, therefore, in this case is how do you keep it halal? How do you keep it halal? And this is where the halal auditors come in. There should be a strict recommendation now to activate and employ these halal auditors so that if you are operating halal establishment, every day it should be checked by the halal auditors. If you are in the manufacturing process, each batch, each batch of the halal goods that are turned out or manufactured should be inspected by the halal auditors. This was one of the provisions a long, long time ago when they were discussing halal in the old MMA, the Ministry of Muslim Affairs. But I think this has not yet this has not been followed strictly. No. So this is my comment.
All right. Can I also answer that?
Go ahead,
The
Attorney Rizal.
question prior to the last one about the kitchen or the hotel that are owned by non-Muslims. This is almost all hotel in the Philippines are owned by non-Muslims. Of course, only in Mindanao that we find some hotels owned by Muslims. But most of the people here in the greater Metro Manila area are being, what is this? Are using this hotel and restaurants. So the question is, can we maintain a hotel? Yes. We can only do that with many other requirements. From IDCP point of view, in Metro Manila, we only have one hotel that we certified. But we did not certify the hotel. It's the kitchen that was certified. And we have the halal supervisor in the hotel. The halal chef, they imported from Malaysia, who worked there 24 hours in the hotel. And this is our condition. And what our friend Attorney Sadain said about the auditor, this is very important. This is part of our regulations and procedure, standard operating procedure. Not only the auditors, but the monitoring officers. These monitoring officers are the one that is focusing on their attention on all the production of halal certified products, if it is products. But for hotel, we have to put them in place so that we can certify them. Otherwise, we will not certify. That is the reason why we have only certified one here before. But that hotel happened already to close because of this COVID-19 pandemic. I'm referring to the Shangri-La, Makati Shangri-La Hotel. And so we have no more hotel that is halal. I hope there will be one again. There are some hotels who claim that they are certified halal. But when we visited the hotel, we found out that there is no implementation of what is halal. They just put some kind of enclosure and they will tell you this is the halal kitchen, but they are not cooking there. All the foods are cooked in the general kitchen, which cooks all the food and served to everybody. So this is why we cannot really accept that. But it's true, our sister Sinaida, we have to attend to all these things. But sadly, halal certification is voluntary, so we are just waiting for them to approach us, inshallah.
Okay. Thank you, Attorney.
Thank you.
Okay. There are there's a question from Chef Tato Sangkopan to ASEC Abubakar. Is there any plan to have a halal assurance system management all over the country, just like what our ASEAN neighbors are doing? I am referring to to hotel workers and resort owners, jails, and hotels. Sa hospitality industry ho siguro.
Chef Tato, as mentioned also earlier, the Philippines is not considered as a Muslim country. So when we talk about halal again, it is going to be very difficult for all the hospitality sector to be one. That is why the Department of Tourism actually to jumpstart the halal system in the Philippines is we decided to come up with a memorandum circular first for the hotel industry. This is the guidelines governing the operations and recognition of Muslim-friendly accommodation establishments. This is only the beginning. So hopefully, when our hotel owners see that this memorandum circular or these guidelines is working for them, and they're able to entice more Muslim to be staying in their establishments, then hopefully in due time they will decide to have their kitchens halal certified. So step by step po kasi ang gusto nating gawin. It is hard for us, just like what happened in the past when we jump started halal, no, with the department, nag-halal certify tayo, then actually nagsara lang din yung because wala nang follow up, wala nang na-check na mga establishments na although they were considered to be halal certified. Kaya during my term as assistant secretary, sabi ko hinay-hinay lang tayo. Let's start from the very basic, let's take it easy, and then hopefully we'll be able to work our way up until maging halal certified ng isang particular establishment.
Okay.
Can I add on that question of brother
Yes, please.
the problem that we have in the Philippines is really very unique. It is very hard for a halal certification body or people who are talking about halal. It is hard for them to implement even the regulations. For one, they did not understand that halal is for all human beings, all people. And in fact, it is the best. It is the most most clean and most what is this taken care of in matters of preparation. They were thinking, most of the general public, which are non-Muslims, are thinking that when the hotel facilities are halal certified, they will not be able to eat there anymore. This is their apprehension. You see, they say that these products are halal, so it is not for us, it's for Muslims. When there is, what is this, when the food are to be served, it must be prayed for before it is considered as halal, you know. These are misconceptions, and I do not know how we can help educate and what is this inform the industries, especially in the hotel, that if your establishment is halal certified, or better yet, Muslim friendly, in which there is a certified facilities, Muslim friendly, that means there should be a certified and monitored facilities of kitchen. Why kitchen? Because every time we arrive in a hotel, the first thing that comes to mind is where to eat. You have been very hungry and thirsty along the way from different countries. Even in the airlines, sometimes you cannot eat the food in the airlines. When you arrive in a hotel, immediately what comes to mind is you want to eat. Then the first thing you will ask, where is your restaurant? And they will tell you, where is the restaurant? You will find the food. They are not acceptable for you because everything is, even if they offer you the chicken, it is also being cooked alongside with non-halal products. Offer you beef, you with more reason, because there is no one who will guarantee that they are slaughtered properly according to the Islamic way, as well as the preparation in that hotel. You see, so they were thinking that by doing that, it's only for Muslims. They cannot eat that. When in fact, it is the reverse. It is the best food. You'll see that we have so many pandemic now. We have so many issues about healthful products. The most healthful products, good for our health, are the halal certified products. And I hope everybody realized that. Thank you.
I think the issue is about the dedicated spaces necessary for halal. Okay, attorney,
Can
go
I
ahead.
also say something about it?
Yes,
It's
sir.
actually a matter of educating our public. You know, this is a non-Muslim country. Thailand is also a non-Muslim country, but they are basically educated because there is no separation of religion and state in Thailand. No, they have a Ministry of Religious Affairs there. We don't have that here. But you know, I usually tell them two things. No? I tell them that Islamic law does not always have to be for Muslims. There is the so-called mu'amala, which covers civil and commercial transactions for the Muslims. No? And mu'amala is not confined to Muslims alone. There's a part of mu'amala, especially in commercial law, where capital generation is located, and where you have also the halal certification process, the halal food. That is part of mu'amala, and it is almost like commercial law. No? That is open to non-Muslims. That's open to non-Muslims. In fact, if you have Islamic banks here, non-Muslims can avail of loans from Islamic banks, which are not interest generating. So that and it will not make you a Muslim if you do that. If you eat in a halal restaurant, you go to a halal what they call that halal hotel, or you partake of Sharia compliant financing, it doesn't mean that you have to be a Muslim. You can be a non-Muslim and do those things. No. Now the second thing I emphasize is this: I tell them halal is not strange to the Filipinos. It's not strange. We have known halal a long time ago. Where did we get halal? Where we have been introduced to the concept of halal in elections. Elections. What do we call our elections? We call them halalan. What do you call the politicians that are proclaimed to lead you, to become your leaders? They are called halal na kandidato. Halal, that means these are the people permitted to lead you. See? So that's not people here, the Filipinos, even the non-Muslims, should not be afraid of halal. We have been using halal a long time ago. In fact, the right halal says that you should not cheat during elections. So that's as far as I'm concerned. Thank you.
Thank you, attorney. May tanong po ulit kay Attorney Dinsag from Ezekiel Bautista of Bulacan. Paano po nagiging halal certified ang non-meat items?
Non-meat items. Actually, that's a very good question, because there are so many non-meat companies not producing meat. There are flavors, for example, or there are even the medicine. Sometimes medicine does not come from any meat component, or even the fragrances, or these chemicals. You see, they are. How can we certify them? Well, we have standards for all of these, but in flavors, for example, the way we certify the flavors is to be certified during production, because each flavor company produces flavor specifically customized for certain customers, and these customers are competing with one another in relation to taste of their different products. Some of these components may come from animal. Some components of the flavors are coming from non-acceptable products. Even some coloring are coming from non-halal source. So these are being monitored by our halal monitoring officer, and the certification for this is per production basis. It is not a certification that you will enjoy for the whole year or every 2 years. That is why IDCP has been regarded in many countries as one of those most reliable certifying body, because we do the process independently from different, depending upon the kind of products that they produce. So we certify them. We cannot tell you every move for this, because it is also governed by our non-disclosure policy and other things. But we have a step to take care of every production facilities, including the storage facilities, including the packaging, labeling, including the water system. Water system, for example, as mentioned by my friend Attorney Nassarin, it is really Islamic, because water is actually a blessing from the Almighty God. But most of the water are coming from the deep well in the factory. But you will note, so you'll say it is clean water. No, it cannot be clean water immediately, because all of our dirt on earth are being strained down to the level of that stratosphere, below the earth, and we are pumping them, and there are so many non-acceptable particles or chemicals that goes with it, including maybe some poisonous, mercury, for example, iron, and other things which cannot be accepted for food. So IDCP have some procedural requirements on this to be able to assure that even the water that is used in the factory, or even certified by us, like some of those that you will buy from the drugstore or grocery store, is certified by IDCP. They are all pure waters that have been that pass through our facility required procedural requirement. Don't worry about that. We do our part, inshallah.
Thank you. I'm directing this question from an anonymous attendee to Asik Abubakar. Are there any plans at the national level on giving assistance to small business owners, especially farmers in the halal industry? And also, what is the role of Department of Transportation in the halal industry, if it is part of the halal infrastructure? And perhaps other panelists can answer if they want to.
Yes. For the first question regarding the farmers, actually, it is the Department of Agriculture who will be able to really answer on the part of the Department of the farmers. However, for the Department of Tourism, there are two actually kinds of assistance we have for the displaced tourism workers. This was passed through the Bayanihan 2 and Bayanihan 1 and Bayanihan 2. So there was a financial cash assistance for our displaced tourism workers. And the second is small and medium enterprise were allowed to get loans from SB Corps through an of tourism to help out in the loan process for the small and medium enterprises. But I am talking about the displaced tourism workers. Unless, of course, a farmer is into farm tourism, then maybe this is also where the Department of Tourism can assist him. Then for the second question, for the Department of Transportation, I am not sure again of how the Department of Transportation handles halal issues with regard to the transportation. Maybe the two lawyers can help out in answering the question.
Okay, thank you, Asek.
I
Attorney,
can I can share something on halal transportation, specifically the airline. Remember one time an airline company, businessman actually, local businessman, who was acting as an agent for a Malaysian airline company, approached us and then told us that they can actually do halal flights for Hajj, for pilgrims, Hajj pilgrims, halal flight for Hajj pilgrims to take off either from Naiya or from Davao. So that means that is halal transport actually. No, that means coming up with an airplane that would serve halal food, that will have adequate praying areas, sections, and that would have stewardess that are adequately covered. That is the meaning of halal transportation there. Now, and then giving you materials that are Islamically approved. No? That would be halal transportation. But I don't think we have that here right now. No, and ASEC Bubakar can only speak for the DOT. No? Even I myself, I don't really know. I'm not privy to what the DOTR is doing.
okay, thank you,
Right.
Attorney.
I want to share also my experience on this. The halal transportation, in my own thinking, starts from the transportation vehicle. It also include terminal building, where you passengers stay and wait for the next trip, and it is where, while waiting, time for prayer comes. So where is this? So if you talk about airline terminal, we do not have here a facilities that is friendly to Muslims. We have the Muslims working in the, for example, in our in our airport. There are some Muslims who were there, and they were able to find out that there is a vacant room, so we can go out and pray there. See, so there is a prayer room, for example, in Terminal 2, but you have to go out of the terminal. If you are already checked in, you cannot go out. So where can you pray when you're still waiting? You see, we have no facilities really. And in the bus terminal, you see, even going to toilet is very difficult because the toilet are not Muslim friendly. There is no water to wash. You see, you go to the toilet facilities of Malaysia, for example. Everything is there. You know, you can wash everything there in the in your toilet, and you can pray anywhere in the terminal, wherever you want. Even you can even pray near your table where you are sitting, because it's clean and there is a space for that. In China, there are so many facilities there, much more in Japan. They are non-Muslim countries, but they have all these facilities for transport. Now, if you are talking about a bus terminal, more reason we don't have here. And then let us say, okay, you forgive that while you are on the trip, because it's what is this Muslim? It should be Muslim friendly. Along the way, the bus stop for lunch, for example, and for dinner. You go to the restaurant, you cannot buy anything, especially here in Luzon or in the Bicol area. Oh my God. I don't know. Maybe it is also the same in the Visayas area. You are traveling in a far destination. You need to eat somewhere in the middle. but you cannot eat. You must bring your own food. I used to bring only, water and some bread on my pocket. That's the problem. So really, it's really problematic. And we need the tourism industry. I was thinking that they could make some kind of uh, uh, representation to them, to uh, to these facilities, to be able to upgrade their facilities to be standardized according to the international accepted practice, where halal is already accepted worldwide. It's already accepted worldwide, but we are still so much behind here in the Philippines, principally because of the misunderstanding of what is halal. Thank you very much.
Can I just say a few words?
Yes, please to respond.
In reply, also in addition, I actually took it upon myself, no, as Assistant Secretary for Mindanao, to write a letter before the pandemic to Secretary Tugade, our Secretary for the Department of Transportation, as well as to our CAAP head, to request for at least provide for our Muslim travelers a prayer room in the respective terminals and different areas, no, wherein we cater to either at the port or at the airport or in bus terminals. I will just have to follow up on that letter. And then secondly, also, I would like to inform some participants who are here that several airports in Mindanao do have prayer rooms inside the terminal, such as Davao Airport, as well as Zamboanga City airports have prayer rooms in the terminals. But of course, this is not enough considering that we do have a lot of airports throughout the country, especially we have to concentrate also on our international gateways, airports that cater to international flights. So nevertheless, I'd like to assure everyone that I would follow up on that request coming from the Department of Tourism to the Department of Transportation.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Asik. Okay, there's a question here. This is from the YouTube participants. This is more in line with dedicated spaces for halal, which is a concern of halal logistics. Paano pong may paraan po ba na i-separate man lang ang halal at non-halal products sa mga freezers? At pati na rin sa, I'm just cutting the question short, at sana rin po sa mga food delivery services, which is very rampant now. Kapag po nagpapagrab, sigurado bang hindi hinahalo ang halal sa non-halal? Okay, who would wish to respond to this? Yes.
Yeah, can I answer? You know, actually, the local government units of the different LGUs in the country can actually help with the separation of this halal from non-halal food. As a matter of fact, there is one city or municipality, I just do not remember. I came across an ordinance, no, of one city that really had a separation sa supermarket. I think it's in Cotabato na talagang nakahiwalay ang halal food nila from non-halal food, and then there's also a paying counter particularly for those halal food nila. And then for for those delivery services naman, no, I'd like to inform I think it's Sir Kamarudin who asked about this. This is a good business opportunity for our Muslim participants because maybe you would like to engage to a similar setup like Grab or Food Panda na catering naman to just Muslim food or halal food lang naman. I know that there are two transportation na gaya ng Grab and Food Panda in Davao. Actually, one of the owners is listening right now who's catering into this na Muslim food lang talaga ang dinideliver nila. So maybe our Muslim participants can actually think of this idea to really cater to getting into this business also.
Okay.
Yeah.
Asik Mike Sunday, may I just insert this? There's in relation to the airlines, Asik Myra, from Indira Gimaporo, to our dear Asik Abubakar, I hope the airlines can also cater to providing a correct ablution area so Muslims can avoid washing their feet at the lavatory for ablution. Hope you can include this when you follow up or in your letter.
I
Okay,
will,
thank you.
inshallah, I will do my best in doing
All
that.
right, okay. Attorney Linsag, may sasabihin po kayo, sir.
Just a little bit about these dedicated facilities. From our side, once it is accredited by IGCP, it is really dedicated. Dedicated transport, dedicated delivery, dedicated freezer, and cold storage, etc. But then uh, things are sometimes beyond our control. When these halal certified products are displayed in the groceries, different groceries. You see, it's nice to talk about this thing when we are talking about Mindanao, because I'm also from Mindanao. There is a problem, however, later on when I found out in Mindanao, they claim that there is a, because it was made there was a directive from the mayor that there should be a separate what is this display of halal certified products or halal products from non-halal. When I went to that grocery, there is a halal sign, but when I look into the product, there is only one or two pieces of chicken that are there, but there are so many non-halal in the same place. You know, I this is the problem when you just leave it to the non-believers or non-Muslims to implement the halal certificate, uh, halal regulations, or implement the halal process or concerns. You know, we have to do it sincerely. So what I mean is also here in Metro Manila, we have halal certified frozen products, and they happen to do display them alongside with non-halal. So this is problem. I hope the Department of Trade and Industry can also do that. But they are only talking about export. They said their mandate is only for export. So what can we do? Nothing is being done for local consumption. For us, even we are certifiers, we have also problem where to find the halal chicken, except when except we order from our halal accredited dressing plants. But there are only few of them. They are far away from Metro Manila. When we ask them where they put this halal certified chicken, they say, we don't know, sir. Because they don't want also to put the halal logo in this halal certified chicken, because they are afraid that the non-Muslims will not buy that anymore when there is halal. So this is really very problematic. I hope that uh, this lecture that we have here, and I hope the University of the Philippines can continue this process of educating everyone about the benefits and the beauty of halal certified products.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Attorney. To Attorney at Sadain, there are two questions. May may RRRs na po ba ang halal export development law? And another is from Hasanor Bansao. Can accreditation of the HCB be done by the government be considered as an excessive entanglement by the state with the church, the very evil that the non-establishment clause of the Constitution seeks to avoid? Two questions po, Attorney.
The first one, the IRR, I would assume meron ng IRR. Matagal na nag-ooperate, matagal na yung matagal na enact yung law. So I assume there's already an IRR, no? I'm sure there's already an IRR on that. The second one is, I don't think it's going to be violative because this time the government does not engage in halal certification. No? Halal certification is the one that looks into the religiosity, the compliance with the religious requirements, no? The Islamic requirements for making a product halal. That is the job of the halal certifiers. No? The accreditation aspect actually is where the government looks into the capability of the certifiers, no, to do the certification. So ano yung mga hinahanap na dokumento during the accreditation? First is, well, of course, you have to have the application form, and then you have to have a profile, no, of the organization that's going to be accredited. Then you submit the registration requirements. No? Would be best if these are SEC registered to establish the legitimate existence of that organization, so that if there's going to be any problem, any dispute, you can run after the organization. It's not a fly-by-night organization. And then you need the type of services that's being offered to there. You also have to include there the track record, no, of this organization, whether it has operated for a long time, what are the activities that have been taken. The accreditation never looks into the product itself. No. The task of looking into the product to say that it is halal or not halal is the task of the halal certifier. And that is where the religious aspect comes in. No? So if you may compare this to put this within the context of constitutional law, seems to be a valid exercise by the state of its police power, no, to regulate certain matters in the state, because it affects also the general welfare of the people. So it's part of the police power of the state. But the state will never go into the religious certification. That is the one that is prohibited by the constitutional provision.
Okay, thank you.
And I add a little bit on that. Thank you, Paniero, for that explanation. But I want to share our experience with the Philippine Accreditation Bureau. That is mandated under the Republic Act 817. So we applied for accreditation, thinking that what you said had to be just verified by them, and the existence and the foundation and the entire procedure for doing it, and that our qualifications are there. We applied as early as 2017. Until now, we have not been approved because, and I think there is no halal certifying body that has been approved there by PAB by now. And they are maybe thinking of, they told us that they have approved a certifying body from South Korea, but not from the Philippines. How come South Korea was able to penetrate and they were approved immediately? Why not? Why not IDCP when we were the one who started to teach what is halal in the Philippines, in the food industry and many other things. We were the first one to export to other countries. And IDCP even certified manufacturing company in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia, upon their invitation for us. But anyway, PAB refused. And they are not yet, they say they will still continue to ask us to follow ISO procedure. There is no halal concern anymore that is being required by them for us to comply. So there is no halal anymore. But ISO procedure and other things, so many ISO that have been required by them. So that is why what we did was to withdraw our application from Philippine Accreditation Bureau, and then we assume our responsibility as a halal certification body or accreditation body based on our religion, on the Quran, basing on the principle that the author of everything is God, and Islamic, the Ummah is the one to implement the law of God, and we are implementing them, inshallah. So that's what happened about the Philippine Accreditation Bureau. But certainly they have already their IRR. IRR was there already about 3 years ago. And then there was a deadline in that IRR that after a certain period, no more export that can be permitted without approval from the halal board. See, there should be halal board who will approve all the export. And I do not know if that happens. So our industry will be suffering a lot because as of now, no one has been approved yet. But I'm happy to tell you that I think so many companies are still exporting halal products everywhere in the world, certified by IDCP and other CV that are qualified. So thank you very much.
Okay, Attorney, this is the last question I'll pose also to you, Attorney Linsag. For those of you who feel that their questions were not answered, we will still be collating your questions. Some questions were collapsed because they were similar to other questions, and I hope you heard them when they were answered. But we will ensure that if there are questions you have for the panelists, I hope that we can email them to you or direct them to you to your official email addresses, and they can answer them. Attorney Linsag, last question po for this panel. How does the IDCP relate to certifying bodies locally and internationally?
Well, this is a very nice question. It's an ultimate last good question. How do we relate? I don't want to start where we started. But from the time when we started halal, Muslim countries immediately recognized us. So that is why since then up to now, we have been recognized already in Muslim countries all over, except right now, United Arab Emirates, UAE. When they changed their procedure, instead of their government that is accrediting or accepting the certifying body, they assigned their role as accrediting body to an organization, I don't know, maybe an office known as ESMA, Emirates. The word is ESMA when it's already pronounced. Metrology, something like that. And ESMA rules do not consider anymore the halal, the Islamic rules, the Islamic procedure. They went on to ISO procedure. That is where our Philippine Accreditation Bureau also followed ESMA. But anywhere in the world, it's only United Arab Emirates that is doing that. And then, so IDCP went to have the accreditation with ISMA through another agency, which is the Golf Accreditation Center, which is up to now is still in progress. You see, we are still in progress, but we have good relationship with MUIS of Singapore. We used to have good relationship with LPPU MUI of Indonesia, and then Indonesia was changed again. The procedure have been changed since 2 years ago, and it is their government that are recalibrating the procedure by they're creating a new office for that, and they are still in the process. Hopefully, we will be there. Then Jakim, we have always been there, and even myself used to be invited by them to lecture also about some procedural matters, our experience here on halal, especially in non-Muslim countries like us. Then we have relationship with other non-Muslim countries like Brazil, Australia, or others, America and others. We have an office, satellite office in the United States. We have also satellite office in Japan. So we are actually open worldwide for to accept them. We certified the airlines also the airline facilities in Japan. We were invited to issue the certification there. We certified products in Argentina, Buenos Aires, and Brazil also. That's why we can accept the product, these meat products from Brazil. But take note, not all products coming from Brazil are halal. We have to validate it. IDCP is supposed to validate it because we know who are certifying there, and we have some monitoring officers also that monitor the quality and authenticity of the certification that are issued there. Just like Australia and the New Zealand, that these are meat importing products, companies and countries. So we have good relationship with them. Only problem is in the Philippines, we have no recognition yet. I don't know where and how. But as I told you, there is always a misconception of Islam, and we are aware of that, and we understand that, because from the beginning, Muslims are not treated fairly until misconception arrives to separate us from the rest of the population. We hope that we are treated equally as well, not only in government function, but including in the infrastructure that are being done now. So thank you very much for inviting me particularly, and it is very nice to hear from my good friends who have discussed this. Hopefully, if you like me to join in the afternoon, just inform me so I can also join if there are some open forum that are needed for that. Thank you
Attorney,
so much.
opo, thank you. Yung lahat po ng panelists merong special Zoom link. Of course, you are welcome to join in the afternoon if you are still available. But before anything, I would like to thank all of you, Asek, Myra Paz, Valderosa Abubakar, Attorney Abdul Rahman Linsag, and Attorney Mehol Sadain for sharing your expertise and your insights in this morning's panel. I think there are still a lot of questions actually, and there have been participants who are requesting for to communicate privately with you. Hanggang saan po ba ang permissions namin? Can we disclose your official emails? Okay,
Yes,
Bukwasang
please.
panelists. Okay, so that we
Content.
can forward this to the group. The panel before our photo session. Sana ho, please stay for the photo session. Panel 2 this afternoon will look at halal development in the Philippines at the micro or operationalization level. I hope all of you will stay on. There's a question for me. By the way, I just like to clarify. May nagtanong po na dalawang attendees, why is the Department of Trade and Industry not part of the event? This is inadvertent, but at the same time, because we're looking at the local, the ecosystem for halal, um, I felt that the Department of Tourism, because the tourism will invite, will pull, no, local and international tourists, and of course will require um, a calibrated infrastructure for halal. And I thought that it would be sufficient. The Asik Abubakar has sufficiently given us an overview of legal provisions and the infrastructure for halal in the country. But then we are also planning to do an FGD later on. Perhaps you can invite all the government offices involved in halal. That is certainly in the works, but we'll let you know. So could we turn on our video so we can have a photo session? Ma'am Camille Bello kayo na ang magte-take ng picture, Ma'am Cams.
Ikon mo nga dito. Okay.
Oo. In all the other participants?
Kasi kami na
Kasama
ama.
ba? Okay, just let us know, Ma'am Cams. Bilangan mo na lang tayo.
Okay. 1, 2. Another one po. Last one. Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Maraming salamat po. Let us break for lunch. We will be
Sure.
flashing the program, the webinar program, as well as instructions about the webinar. Maraming salamat po. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi ta'ala wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi ta'ala wabarakatuh. Welcome to the afternoon session of today's webinar. We are featuring panel 2. As I mentioned earlier, it's going to be looking at the micro level or the operationalization of halal in the Philippines. We have 3 panelists as well. But before anything, before I introduce them, I'd like to respond to queries from attendees about documents from this seminar. Because of the significance of halal in the of halal development in the Philippines, we hope to produce uh, certain documents from this webinar. We will be publishing proceedings, and we hope to be able to produce 3 policy papers from this, policy briefs at least, and this will be easily accessed from the UPSID's website when they are published. We hope to advise you on this. This will take quite a while, but then uh, rest assured that this will be available to the public. Earlier this morning, we had panelists who gave us a view of halal development in the Philippines from policy, from institution, and from program level, from these dimensions. This afternoon, we are going to see how halal is indeed operationalized at the ground level. So we have our speakers for this afternoon are Mr. Elshid Ching Mariwa, to speak about halal meat retail in the Philippine setting. We have Assistant Professor Marisol P. Hidalgo to talk about locating halal control points in food and beverages. And last but not the least, we have Ustad Lukman bin Imam Usman to talk about ulama initiatives pertinent to knowledge gaps on halal in Philippine industries. After the panel, we will have our open forum. Then thereafter, an executive summary of all key points and issues raised from the morning's panel and onto the afternoon panel. Okay. To introduce our first speaker, Mr. Elshid Mariwa, his family pioneered halal meat retail in Metro Manila and NCR since the 1980s. He started this at a young age, and they have an established wholesale and retail clientele in the Muslim and non-Muslim communities, which include restaurants, caterers, and other food service agencies, expatriate communities, and they offer their services from store retail and from home deliveries. Okay. The Halal Shop is a community institution in Maharlika Village, Taguig, not only for halal retail, but also for its philanthropic activities, led mainly by the proprietor, our speaker today, Mr. Cheng Mariwa. Not only his philanthropic activities, but also other philanthropic individuals and organizations wishing to benefit the Maharlika community. There is the halal. Okay, they would say they service with fresh and halal meat, cow, chicken, goat, and lately carabao meat. And they also make sure that they slaughter in accordance with Islamic teachings, fresh and provide this fresh to consumers every day. I think Mr. Mariwa will be able to elaborate on how they have carried out halal meat retail since the 80s, when halal was not yet a byword in the Philippines, and the demand for halal meat was not very strong yet at the time. Our next presenter, Assistant Professor Marisol P. Hidalgo, has been Assistant Professor of the University of the Philippines Open University Faculty of Education since June 2005. And in that capacity, she has been project leader of several research projects namely monitoring and evaluation of the pilot offering of e-training for science and math teachers funded by DOST, process documentation and analysis of online community building through portfolio-based assessment and understanding perceptions of the gender culture in the UPOU community. She also reviewed for the education quarterly on papers on science education. She is a member of the National Certification Committee for Hilot and a member of the Technical Working Group for Hilot. Her various publications encompass the fields of biochemistry and molecular bio and biotechnology, given her undergrad and grad and master's degrees, respectively. She also has publications on traditional healot or traditional healing practices, given that it is her current advocacy, and also her PhD research. She is a PhD candidate at the University Science Malaysia in Penang, Malaysia, on the writing on the institutionalization of traditional medicine in the Philippines, the case of Hilot. I believe our supervisor and colleagues at the USM Senpris are here, Dr. Ravani Muhammad Bustami, Center for Policy Research and International Studies. And I also like to mention that Assistant Prof. Hidalgo also served previously as auditor with IDCP in 2006 to 2010. Our third panelist is Ustad Lukman bin Imam Usman, I'm sorry. He is the interim chapter president of the Integrated Sharia Bar of the Philippines, NCR, President and CEO of Philippine Ulama Congress Organization Incorporated, which has certifying halal certification functions as well as training functions. I believe they are cooperating with the IDCP as well on ensuring that halal awareness is strong or developing in the Philippines. He is senior lecturer at the Institute of Islamic Studies, lecturing in Arabic language and Introduction to Islamic Jurisprudence, as well as Arabic language instructor at the Foreign Service Institute. Sir Lukman has attended various trainings and conferences on halal certification and assurance, as well as the more basic on halal principles, as well as Sharia and Islamic education. We hope to be able to. We hope that we hope that the participants this morning were able to join again this afternoon to really appreciate what halal development in the Philippines is at, and to see it from the different levels, macro and micro levels, or policy program and institutional levels down to the ground level. Okay, without further ado, let us our first speaker, Mr. Elshid Mariwa, in already? Let us wait a while. We are verifying Mr. Mariwa's. I think we were having certain problems in connection.
Okay, while may I ask, while we are fixing a technical glitch, Mr. Mariwa earlier told me that there's a problem with the Zoom. Um, may we could we ask our second panelist, Assistant Professor Hidalgo, to take over? Would
Yeah,
you
yeah,
be willing to take
I'm
over
fine.
the first slot
Yes. Could you
while we
hear
are?
me?
Yes, yes. Are you?
Yeah, okay. Yeah, I
Because
will
we'd
turn
like to
on.
assist Mr. Mariwa in case he has problems with the Zoom connection.
Okay, thank you so
Maraming
much.
salamat.
Assalamualaikum. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Alaikumussalam.
Good afternoon to everyone, and thank you so much to IIS and SEEDS for putting together this very relevant seminar for this afternoon. Okay, most of my talk comes from my experience uh, as a member of the Halal Assurance Committee of the IDCP, Islamic Dawah Council of the Philippines. IDCP is one of the first, okay, in the field of halal certification in the Philippines. And Attorney Linsag was one of my mentors in halal certification. Also Ustad's Dean, this is Sayedi, former dean of the IIS. Is also one of my mentors in halal. Unfortunately, I had to take on a full-time role. Full-time roles of being a mother of very young children and being a new faculty of the University of the Philippines. That's why I wasn't able to continue being a member of the Halal Assurance Committee. However, I still I still kept myself up to date with what was happening in halal as well as in the technologies of halal certification. Okay, so Dr. Arsad asked me to talk today about halal control points. Sometimes we call it halal critical control points in food and beverage production. Here, these are we call them control points because when we're producing food and beverages and pharmaceuticals, cosmetics, all sorts of halal production, there are certain aspects in the production that we have to take particular care of so that we ensure the halal status of the end products. Okay. So why is halal in food production so important? Okay. Before I still remember when I was young, maybe in the 70s and in the 80s. My mother has someone who takes fish from Navotas straight from the fishing port in Navotas, bring it over here and sell it house to house. And then the fish that was caught last night, we bought in the morning and we had it for dinner. So local production, when we talk about local food production within the locality, there is usually you usually know where your food is coming from, and the food is usually not highly processed. Okay, so when this kind of food is what you are eating, then it's very easy to determine whether your food is halal or not. For example, you slaughter your own chicken that you're having for dinner. Then you have no problems in ascertaining where the chicken came from, who slaughtered it, and if it's halal, if it was processed in the correct way, and how it was stored. Were you able to wash it properly? Were you able to process it properly so that the end point, which is your dinner, is you can ensure the halal quality of all of that. So for local food production, it is quite easy to ascertain the halal status of the food. But when we're now talking about global or large scale food production, it's much more difficult. Why? Because there are difficulties in time and in space. For example, um, fruits nowadays, for example, an apple might take a month to from harvest in China to selling here in the Philippines. It might take weeks before something from harvest to to eating to consumption, and also space. They're saying that chicken raised in Australia gets sent to Vietnam for processing. So that kind of globalization of the food industry does not allow us to understand where our food is coming from, what is the quality of the food, and for us to ensure that we are still eating halal food. Okay, that's why we come up with halal certification methods. And these halal certification methods and these halal certifying bodies are the ones who are in charge of ensuring that at every point along the road, there is someone who's watching over the quality of the food, whatever comes into it, and until it gets to the consumer, such that at the point when it gets from the farm to the fork, at the point that you eat it, you are sure that it's still halal. Okay. So we have now problems of time, space, and scale. And to answer to these problems of time, space, and scale, the technologies that we have, for example, post harvest technologies, packaging technologies, logistics, all have to be taken care of. Okay, so research in, for example, food technologies, post harvest technologies are very active because we want our produce to get from point A to point B in a sellable and good condition. But the problem is, are those post harvest technologies, packaging technologies, transport technologies, are they still halal? Okay. So these are the things that a halal certifying agency needs to watch over. Okay. So kanina we were discussing transport, storage, and retail. These are all within the concept of halal logistics. So actually, halal food production is a very big industry. These are industry where there are systems within systems of interacting with each other. Ito yung dinidiscuss ni attorney Sadain kanina na ecosystem. You know, there are systems within systems. It's a small system where you're producing whatever it is you're producing. For example, this is the farm that's producing tomatoes, for example. And the farm producing tomatoes or the poultry producing chicken is a small system with a much larger system of processing and then logistics and then packaging and so on. It's a very big system, and I'll discuss more about this later. Okay. So next slide. Okay. Halal control points. So what are halal control points? These are points within the system that need to be taken care of. So you identify potential halal issues in the production of a certain product. In some countries, they call it halal and toyiban or halalan and toyiban control points because whenever we see in the Quran halal being discussed, it's always halal and tayyib. It's always lawful and good, not just lawful, because as they say, paper is lawful, but it's not good to eat, right? So it it needs to be both lawful and good. Okay. So this is the Sharia applied to current food uh, handling technologies and food production technologies. So there are two aspects to finding halal control points. The first and the most important, of course, is knowing your Sharia, knowing what is halal, what is haram. But and the second is knowing the technologies. So a halal certifying body cannot just be all technology. You know the technology very well, but if you don't have an aspect who knows about the fatwa or giving the fatwa, religious issues, if that's not strong, then how can you evaluate? At the same time, if you are just a fatwa group, you are all ulama, but there's no one you can ask to know the technology, like a food technologist, agriculturist, pharmacist, a chemist, all of these technical issues. It is also difficult for you to keep up with the technological issues that are coming up, because halal and because food production in itself is a very technical field. Okay, if it's not a local food production, if it's a grand scale or large scale food production, it's very technical. Um, in the team where I was part of in IDCP way back, 2006, I think, 2005, we had an engineer, we had engineers, I was the chemist, we had food tech, we had a pharmacist, I think we also had a nurse, and then it was this group of both technical expertise, and we had a fatwa, we had a strong um, fatwa committee. So what our role was when we go into halal certification, we really needed to go we really needed to go to the factories because we had to see what was happening. Okay, so we had a group. It can be a group of three, a group of four people who go to the factory and check on what the documentation and the status of the product. And we had to check on a lot of things. But um, in in the end, what we are coming up with is not to say that this one is halal or not, but what we are doing is we're fact finding, and we fill up the forms and we talk to the people, and after that we submit all of these forms to the fatwa committee, and they sit down and they talk about it. They identify, okay, so we have a set of halal control points that we're looking at, but when the fatwa committee looks and reviews whatever it is that we submit to them, they might want to ask for more questions, and later on I will discuss some of these questions that they did ask from us, that we did not see as potential halal issues, but they saw them as potential halal issues. Okay. So some of the potential halal issues are, for example, questionable quality or source of materials. Okay, in between halal and haram is a group where you're not sure if it's halal or if it's haram. Okay, later on I will explain this. Okay, potential sources of contaminants. This is the najis and other concerns regarding kinds of risk. They identify some items as low risk and some items as high risk. So these are the things that you can look at when you're looking for halal control points. Okay. So the next is the role of halal certification is really to ensure that these halal control points are indeed controlled. Okay, at the critical time when you need to have them controlled. Okay, so that's why it's called a halal or a halalan toyiban assurance system. We are assuring that the group, the certification body, is assuring the consumer that this is indeed halal. So once there's a stamp, for example, in my case, once the IDCP says that there's a fatwa that this product is halal, then you can be assured that to the best of our ability, we looked for all of these critical points. We looked at the plant. We looked at we looked even at the management of um, the factory or of the organization to see if everything is in order. Okay. So next slide, please. Okay, where do you locate halal control points? In halal food production, we look at the food not just as an end product, but when we call it from farm to fork. Okay, from farm to fork. For example, you have, anong tawag mo dito? You have fish sausage. I'm sorry, I'm against the light, I think. Okay, maybe I should move. I don't know. Anyway, for example, you have fish sausage. So we're looking at fish sausage from the fish farm all the way to the table. Does it get to the consumer in a good halal into yiban in halal and good quality? Hindi ka magkakasakit, hindi ka magkakaroon ng ng digestive problems. Will it get to you in good quality? Okay, that's what we have to take care of. So what do we look at? We look at the raw materials, we look at the process, we look at the environment or the context where the food is produced. And lastly, I have this most important halal control point that I will discuss to end everything. Okay. So when you're a halal certifying agency, you need to sit down with the organization or with the producer, with the factory. We usually sit down with quality control, QC. So the QC sets up a halal committee. Okay, and this halal committee would need to understand what the concept of halal is. So we usually sit down and talk to them about halal. So this is why Attorney Linsag always says that actually halal certification is a form of da'wah because you're explaining to people what the beautiful parts of Islam that not just Muslims can be benefited by. So it's a form of dawah. We explain the concept of halal and we tell them that halal is actually very broad. It's whatever is not haram, whatever is not written in the Quran that's haram can be included in the halal. But the problem is you have to maintain that halal quality. So it means that you have to maintain the purity. It has to be kept clean. There has to be no contaminants. And when something contaminates it that is haram, it loses the halal quality. So that's the thing that we need because why do we do this kind of da'wah? We need we need them to understand what halal is because they are the ones who will be enforcing them. They'll be making the decisions on what raw materials to produce. There are partners. It's not a transaction where we go there and we look and then we say, oh, this is halal, and then we disappear. No, it's where we become partners. Okay, the production, the um, the people who are producing the halal product and the halal certifying agency have to coordinate closely so that not just at the point of uh, of certification do we say that it's halal, but we eventually maintain the halal quality of the product. So I think when I was with IDCC, there are some they started with halal certification. For example, Rabina Corporation started with halal certification because they wanted to get into the market ng Malaysia, Indonesia, Brunei. So they wanted to get into the market. They wanted to get halal certified. And then they contacted IDCP. So what happened was they started with just one product. I don't remember what that one product is, but slowly, slowly, it becomes easier when the organization, when the corporation understands what it means to be halal. Slowly, slowly, it becomes easy for them that most of their products or all of their products or even their factories can get halal certified, and they appreciate the process. They appreciate the process that they are being audited, that because it's also a kind of free, what's this, uh free advertising for them when they have halal certification, because the organization will post in their website that these are halal certified, and then they will also post. So it's a kind of it's a win-win situation. Okay. So what we do is that we sit down with the organization, and then we create a process flow diagram, or they explain to us how this is being produced, what the raw materials are, what the process is, and so on. And then we identify critical control points at that point. Okay. And then when you have critical control points, it makes it easier for you to monitor the system and to create corrective actions. So it's not just process, it's not just production, it's also management administration. And what's also important is that the organization and the certifying agency both have auditing and documentation capabilities. Okay, next slide. Okay, so where to locate HCPs? HCPs are in halal inputs. All the inputs need to be halal. Purchasing needs to be halal. Storage needs to be halal. The process needs to be halal. So your SOPs, how often you clean okay, how often you clean the plant, how much and good manufacturing practices are usually looked at when you're talking about halal process. During the time that I was in IDCP, we weren't looking for ISO. Why? Because ISO is very expensive. And and majority of the factories here in the Philippines are micro, small, and medium scale. So you don't expect them to do ISOs. But the bigger ones, the bigger plants, sometimes they're on the process. ISO takes a long time. Halal, sometimes it can take a short time, it can take a long time. Depends on your product. Okay. And finally, the output also needs to be halal. Packaging needs to be halal. Storage needs to be halal. Your product needs to be tested. And the shelf life also needs to be tested. All of these we are looking at. Okay. In IDCP, we're also looking at the status of your licenses. Are you, permit to operate? All of these things you have to look at, because, like Attorney Linsag said, if you're not legal when you're operating, then how can that be halal, right? So, especially when you're a big organization, you shouldn't, cut corners in that regard. Okay, so where to locate HCPs? Next. Okay, so first, raw materials. Raw materials mean your food product ingredients and your packaging need to be halal in essence. Never haram. Haram is wine, alcohol, food offered to other than Allah. This became an issue for me because we did field work and then the rituals. Okay, so when you have healers and they have rituals and they pray over the food, and so we will say that we're sorry we cannot eat this because we are not sure of the halal quality of the food. Okay, and they understand. Okay, no blood, no carrion, no filth. And I forgot to add here is no human products. No human products. You would be surprised what kinds of products get into our food product, our processed food. And then next is you have to maintain cleanliness and purity. And finally, food safety. Okay, it should not it should not spoil. Okay. So there is a concept that we call mashbu. Mashbu is the doubtful. It's not bad. It's just that you cannot be sure. And when you are an assurance organization, then you have to be sure to the best of your ability. You have to remove all of these mashbu, all of these doubts. You have to remove that. If I were an individual, then I have no problem. I will say that, okay, I have very little choice as to what food I can eat right now. So it's okay for me to ingest mushroom. Okay, you're outside the house, you're going on travel, you have to eat your lunch. So where will you eat your lunch? Okay, so they are doubtful in terms of how halal the product is, or how halal your lunch is, but you will allow, because you're in an attorney Linsad said, emergency situation. Yes, it's very little under your control. Okay, so that's much more. But if you're a halal certifying agency, then that is your role. Your role is actually to remove the doubt from the food. And to remove the doubt from the food, first you have to ensure that everything is halal and clean. But the thing is, because of food processing, there is so much that we add to food that is that are not necessary, but we add them. Why do we add this? We call them additives. Why do we add this? We add them to enhance the flavor, the texture. We add them to fill the bulk. So for example, sausages, lots of fillers in sausages, lots of fillers in hamburgers, lots of fillers and binders, all sorts of things, to improve the shelf life. To, for example, in bread there is L-cysteine. L-cysteine is a bread improver. It's what they call bread enhancer. It keeps the bread soft even after several days. Okay, so when you have bread that's soft after several days, it must have a bread enhancer. Okay, and okay, they can be substitute. For example, sometimes you don't have budget for butter, you want to keep your costs down, then you have butter substitute, right? You don't want you want to ensure that the product is safe, so you have egg substitute. And all of these substitutes, they're not naturally occurring. They're not the kind that you can buy in the fruit stand, but they are all products of food technologies. It becomes mashbu if there is a possibility that the additive is extracted from animal sources. And this is where technical knowledge comes in. Because if you don't have technical knowledge, then you cannot identify what these products are. Of course, there's Google, right? Of course, there's Google, and Google has been very informative. But even if but you will always want to rather have halal certification over Google, because Google can be mistaken, you can be mistaken, you might not understand what's happening or what you're reading. So a halal certificate will ensure that a mashbu raw material is actually safe or actually halal. So you're removing the mashbu quality, the doubtful quality. Okay, there is so many, in the internet. You can find so much of this, but I will give you three examples. For example, gelatin. Gelatin is a product that you can find everywhere. Where do you get gelatin? Gelatin is definitely from animal sources. There is no gelatin that you can get from plant sources. What can you get from plant sources? You get starches, you get gulaman, yeah, you get gulaman or you get starch. But if the ingredient says gelatin, that's definitely from animal sources. And the only animal sources that can be halal for us are fish. Yeah. So fish skin, fish bones, and the skin and bones that are from halal slaughtered animals. Okay. So where do you find gelatin? You find gelatin in cakes, in candies, thickener, coagulant, foaming agent. It holds water. It it's sometimes edible films. Edible films. That you wrap things in. It's protein, so it increases the nutritional value of whatever product. So this gelatin that you get from byproducts of, so this is not from meat, this is from bone, this is from skin. So it's a byproduct, so it's very cheap, and it's very cheap to produce, and that's why it is used extensively all throughout processing. So that's gelatin. Okay. Another one is blood, actually animal blood, and I did not know this until we did halal certification. Animal blood is really a source of, for example, the plasma that you get from blood. Sometimes it's a binder. Okay. Sometimes it's a meat substitute. Sometimes it replaces egg whites. Sometimes it's a filler. So blood, which is haram for us, but they process into these additives. When you see it in your ingredients, you cannot tell that this came from blood, right? Because it doesn't say what's this? It doesn't say raw material from blood. It doesn't say in the ingredients that it's from blood. But if it is from blood, or if it is from bone or skin of animal, then it becomes very doubtful. Okay. The other one that is everywhere is the fat and the fat derivatives, the emulsifiers. Okay. This is in, what's this? This is in bread. This is in pastries. When you're in halal certification, it's very difficult to eat cake that you did not make because all these additives are there. They're in the icing. They're in the cream. All of them are there. So, to be sure, it's very difficult to find it. It's very difficult to deduct from the ingredients list. So to be sure, you want um you want the halal certification. Okay? I'm sorry. Okay. So next slide. Okay. So this slide, I saw this from Attorney Linsag's slides, but he did not discuss it. This slide will show you the haram materials. Okay, there's the alcohol, human organs. You know the placenta, where the child came from, it's actually raw material for a lot of cosmetics. Okay, and that's human hair and animal hair. They turn into L-cysteine, and that is what you use as a bread enhancer or a dough enhancer. Okay, and all sorts of things. So I will ask the organizers to share this. So obviously, I just clipped this slide from somewhere else. I think it's from JAKIM, the Malaysian certifying agency. This where I got this one. So blood from pig and from carrion. Next slide, please. So pig and its derivatives. So many things that they do with swine, and you find these ingredients because swine is, there's a lot of production of pork, and so there's also a lot of um um what's this? Yung sobra, yung tira-tira. And this tira-tira, they turn it into sausages, they turn it into sausage casings, they get the enzymes, they use it for making cheese, they use it for making MSG, they use it for making activated carbon, they use it for making ice cream. So all of these products are become mashbu. Okay? And when they become mashbu, then it's very difficult for a person a regular person to know whether this came from pork or this came from a halal animal. Okay. For example, an example of halal gelatin is surimi. Surimi is the dumplings, the crab sticks, that kind of frozen seafood is surimi. And frozen seafood, usually when they come from Malaysia, are usually halal certified. So if you look and came from Malaysia, then go and look for the agency that certified it. Or Thailand, usually Singapore. But the other countries, you're not sure. So if you want to buy a product, surimi product, then you have to check if it's halal certified. You have to look for the stamp of certification. So this is not to scare everyone na hindi na tayo bibili ng anything na. But really, if you want to ensure that the food that your family is eating is halal and good for you, then yeah, we have to maintain that our grocery is halal certified. And you and for example, the ice cream is halal certified. Yeah. So what other raw materials? So there's so much. Flavors and colors. So an example of flavor is vanilla. Vanilla is usually the natural vanilla, because there's vanilla, there's vanillin. The natural vanilla you usually find in ethanol, because ethanol is the solvent for the vanilla. So when you're doing halal certification, the vanilla extract can be high in terms of ethanol content, but the end product needs to have very negligible, very small ethanol content. So even though the raw material might have high alcohol content, and the end product needs to have low alcohol content. Okay. Colchicine is a red, very vibrant red color that comes from an insect. Okay, it's the hide of an insect. So we don't want insects are not halal for us, right? Unless there's nothing else to eat. But insects are not halal for us, so we colchicine is also considered not halal. Okay, what else? Solvents, like many food raw materials come in solvents like ethanol and glycerol, and this is where research comes in. If you know that these raw materials come in these forms, then if you are a halal researcher, if you're a food technologist, you can find substitutes that are not alcoholic. So ethanol and glycerol, you can substitute with something like polyethylene glycol. Okay. So enzymes such as rennet, the traditional source of rennet is intestines, animal intestines. Lipases, also animal intestines. So these enzymes that you use for production, for like you want to clarify juice. You have juice, but you want to sell it that it's clear, it looks nice, it looks fresh. So you want to clarify it. You run it through enzyme. Okay, and the enzyme will clarify the juice. But the problem is, where did that enzyme come from? And you have to ensure that the source of the enzyme is also halal. So that is where biotechnology comes in, because these rennet and lipases, these enzymes are very easy to produce using biotechnology. Yeast and bacteria can produce them very cheap and halal. Okay. So these are the fermentation products. Other fermentation products that might have some alcohol. That's what we're looking at when you're looking at fermentation products. Okay. Raw materials, all raw materials need to be halal. Processing aids, media. So sometimes you use meat extracts in media. These meat extracts need to be halal. Okay. There shouldn't be no blood. And the final product, because for example, have you heard of kombucha? Kombucha is a fermentation product. Sometimes you have, because these kombucha, they come from the air. Your organism comes from the air. So you're not sure about what kind of mixture of organisms that is that comes from the air. So sometimes if the raw material, if your juice is high in sugar, then the organisms will turn the sugar into alcohol. So it becomes even though it's not particularly usually an alcoholic drink, it becomes it gets a certain alcohol content, and that's not halal for us. Okay. So also the purification process of fermentation, the materials used. So all of these things, if you are doing just for yourself, no problem, because you know exactly what you did and your intentions are not to get yourself intoxicated. But the problem is when you're working at scale, the processes are more important because the people are not there to check. For example, you want to make what tomato sauce. You want to make tomato sauce, you have tons and tons of tomatoes. The process of creating the tomato sauce becomes so important over over me just having 1 kilo of tomatoes, and I get to clean them very well, and I get to slice them, and there's the problem that is due to scale, okay, intensifies the need for processes to be just right and for everything to be safe, so that you can ensure that when you get to the end point, the product is still halal. Okay. So next slide, the source of raw materials. Yeah, I think next slide. Okay, you have raw materials, you have fermentation. Next slide. Pa. Sorry about that. Okay. The source of raw materials are a major control point. Okay. So sometimes when you have gelatin in your raw materials, they will not give you a halal certification. Attorney Linsad was talking about this earlier. They will not give you halal certification for a year. They will give you per batch. Okay, so this batch we can be sure it's halal because we watched through the whole process. Okay. And sometimes you also ask for the raw materials to be assayed for alcohol levels. For example, um, zero point 0.5 for everything else except for natural vanilla flavor, which can go all the way up to 30%, 35%. Not a problem. Okay, so long as the end product has very low alcohol levels. Okay. So this is an example of a halal certificate. I do not know how to read it because it comes from Kazakhstan. So this is the importance of the relationships between halal certifying bodies. A halal certifying body needs to know which halal certifying bodies operating elsewhere in the globe can be relied on. Okay, there are many halal certifying bodies, and not all of them operate with the same standard. So you have to know which ones you can rely on, which ones you can trust, especially for very particular and like gelatin. You just want this. I think this is gelatin. You just won't take any halal certificate when we talk about gelatin. You have to take the halal certificate given by an organization that you can trust. Okay. So, for example, Jakim. If Jakim says it's halal, then you can ask Jakim. See, So what happens is we go to the plant and then they prepare these things. When we say that this is a critical point, we will tell them, could you ask your supplier to to give you the halal certificate for this particular raw material? And that's why it becomes a system. When I was with IDCP, it was quite difficult. That was many years ago, I think 15 years ago. It was quite difficult to get these halal certificates from the supplier. Why? Because we were just starting before. We were just starting to ask for halal certificates. And when you're just starting for to ask for these halal certificates, sometimes they don't even know where to look for them. But sometimes the raw material supplier will or the producer that we are certifying will ask the raw material supplier to say that, why don't you get your product halal certified, so that you can get a halal certificate. Okay, so for example, we are trying to certify a candy bar. candy bar. Okay, and one of the ingredients of the candy bar is coconut oil. So the candy bar will tell the coconut oil, why don't you get your products halal certified? So the coconut oil producer will call IDCP, and IDCP will say, okay, this is what you will do to get halal certified, and then we will look at your plant and so on and so forth. And if everything goes well, they get halal certified. So slowly during that time, slowly more and more organizations were getting halal certified. Raw materials and products were getting halal certified, and it was a good thing because it became easier for other organizations to get their products halal certified. The more okay, for example, I want to get something from I'm right now I'm getting my milk from Shopee. Okay. My milk is actually raw. No, not raw. It's actually powdered milk, powdered FCMP, full cream milk powder. Okay, full cream milk powder is not marketed for general consumption because it has not it doesn't have any additives, and that's what I like about it. Doesn't have any additives. Now my advantage is that when I was in halal certification, I knew which full cream milk suppliers were supplying for halal. We had halal. So when I asked the supplier in Shopee to give me a halal certificate, they were able to produce a halal certificate because they were supplying. So that's the kind of thing. If you are serious about, getting halal certificates, and if the seller or if the supplier you are talking with is also serious, then they would have these certifications available for you. Okay. So you can actually ask. Okay, next. Okay, so we're good with the raw materials. We have ensured that all the raw materials are halal. Now, next, we have to look at the process. Okay. For example, my example in oil. Okay. Um, RBD coconut oil is different from virgin coconut oil. Okay. Virgin coconut oil is cold pressed, and sometimes they use enzymes to clarify it. Okay. So we're in halal control points process. There's which slide? Slide number 14. Okay. So when you have that, you can okay. Refined coconut oil will not have the smell of coconut, right? And that's why we like to use it for cooking. Okay, but how do you remove that smell of coconut? You remove that through filtration. And one of the halal control points in filtration is when you have activated charcoal. If you look in the previous slides about what's halal and haram, sometimes activated charcoal, you can get that from charcoal, from what's this? You can get that from plant-based charcoal. Okay, like coconut. Coconut, if you heat it high temperature, little oxygen, then you will have a very good activated charcoal. But sometimes activated charcoal can come from bones of animals. Okay. So what happens if it comes from bones of animals? You will need to ask, okay, the producer, what kind of activated charcoal are they using, and ask for the halal certification of the activated charcoal. Okay. So that's for processing media. And then when you look at the process, and this is why it's very important for a halal certifying agency to go to the plant, to go to where the product is being produced. Factory rounds talaga. Why? Because you have to check if everything's clean, especially if it's a big if it's a big plant, and everything has to be clean. There has to be a system of cleaning. There has to be a system of wound handling, hand washing, and good storage. There was one plant that we went to. They were still starting their halal certifying process, and they still had MSG that was not halal certified. So we saw the bags of MSG, and we had to ask them to remove the bags of MSG that's not halal certified. Why? Because they might use it for the production of their noodles. So that sort of thing, you would not know that because in paper, they are ordering halal certified MSG. But in the plant, if they still have bags of halal, of non-certified MSG, then it puts into question the end product. So those are the things that you look for when you get, okay, what are the other things that we look for? Um, there was once that was looking for the idea whether they can be halal certified or not. So we went to their plant, and this is a mayonnaise factory. We went to their plant, and they were producing mayonnaise with ham. Now, of course, that's halal. Of course, that's haram. Mayonnaise with ham. They were producing mayonnaise. They were producing salad spreads and stuff like that. But they were also producing mayonnaise with ham. So he said, "Oh, you're producing mayonnaise with ham in the same area. So how is that?" Oh, but they said, "Oh, but it's a different production line. Okay, it's a different production line. And because it's a different production line, it's isolated from the rest of production." Okay, so it's isolated. It was in a separate room. It was just not a big production, but I think that it's very profitable for them. But it was in a separate room. And then all the stuff that we can certify as halal was in another room. But the problem was the the tubing went from one room to the other. Okay, I don't know what tubing that was. If that was tubing for water, if that was tubing for whatever, but they were sharing certain tubes between this isolate, so it wasn't really isolated. And when they clean it, the cleaning material, they call it clean in place. The cleaning material will go the rounds between the certifiable product and the haram product. So we said that we cannot. Okay, so we said we told the fatwa committee about that, and the fatwa committee said that no, we cannot certify it because there is a high possibility that the haram will contaminate what we can say as halal. Okay, so this is where worker education is very important. The worker needs to know that halal means cleanliness in food handling, cleanliness in hand washing, storage that is separate. You have to take care and be mindful of what you do when you're in halal certification or when your product is being halal certified. Okay, so the end product, next slide please. The end product, has to go through a number of analyses. Has to go through alcohol content analysis, microbial analysis. Microbial analysis, you don't want people to get a bad stomach because of the product, right? Tests for contamination. For what kinds of contamination? Swine and its derivatives. Sometimes meat. And is it what it really claims to be? Sometimes it claims to be beef, but it's actually buffalo. It's actually kalabaw. Okay. So, okay. So you should also test for that. And I think there was once that there was a rumor that instead of beef or chicken, instead of chicken, it was shark meat or something like that. But that was a long time ago. So they tested it, and true enough, the DNA says that it's not chicken, it's something else. Okay. So the test can be PCR based, can be protein based, can be chromatography based, especially for fats. Okay. They have this so these are all very technical aspects of halal certification. But these technical aspects of halal certification, these are just to ensure that the mashbu is not there. Okay. Okay. But that is not the heart of what halal is, right? Okay. So, what else do we look at? We look at the environment and the context. So, the physical environment, where is it placed? Okay. So, you have a poultry, but it's right next to a piggery. Can we certify that halal? I don't think so. Why? Because there's a high chance that the piggery can contaminate the poultry. You're drawing water from the same well. You're drawing water from the same area. So, you know, that's not a good idea to put a halal poultry next to something that may give najis. Okay. Sometimes climate is also a question. Humidity. Okay. There are certain things that cannot stand high humidity, and that's also an issue. Okay. So place and space. In the next slide, if you see the next slide, this is an example from Jakim. Okay, this is a mineral water plant that 2 kilometers away, hidden a little bit. If you can see it properly, you will see that this is actually kubur. It's a graveyard, Chinese graveyard. Okay, so would you want a mineral water plant to be next to a graveyard? Of course, you don't want that. So those are the things that you cannot know unless you go there and unless you scout the area. Okay, there's another question of scale. Is it a small scale or a large scale? Like more than 80% of our food production is micro, small, and medium scale. Okay. And if it's a small scale production, then it works differently from a large scale. It might not be as squeaky clean because they don't have the although it's great if it were squeaky clean, pero paano kung yung mga materials or yung mga gamit nila hindi na bago, 'di ba? So you have to take that into consideration. You're working with the organization as partners. You want them to create halal certifiable or halal products, and they want to create halal products, and you have to work together. So these things are negotiable. Hindi yung one size fits all. Lahat kailangan ISO, lahat kailangan GMP of this status. Hindi kailangan na gano'n. You negotiate these things. Okay. Now, for example, if it's a farm, is it an industrialized farm or is it an regenerative or ecological farm? Then the next slide, after the mineral water, yes. Okay, on top is a regenerative farm, and you can see that the fruits are and the vegetables, and it's all mixed up. And on the bottom, it's an industrial farm. So the standards for both, you cannot say that the standard for one should be the standard for the other. There should be different standards for both. Okay? And that's where context comes in. All right. So the last, okay, if everything goes well, then the certifying agency will give you a halal certificate. And the important part about this halal certificate, it's very important that all of these things are in the certificate. Why? Because the one who will buy might want to look at the certificate and might want to see what exactly has been observed and has been identified as no, what exactly has been this is looked at by the certifying agency. And there should be a number. See, like this IDCP number 2012, blah, blah, blah. Okay, there should be a number. Each product that is certified is given a number. Why is it important for it to have a number? So that if the consumer wants to check if it's truly certified, because the label might have a stamp but no number. So how can the consumer make sure that it's not just cut and pasted there? So there's a number. Okay, everything that has been certified has a number, and that's what makes it makes something halal certified. But in my opinion, it's not just the technical and the material certification that's important, the material aspects of halal that's important. In my opinion, I think what's more important is really what your niya is. So next slide, please. Okay. So what is your intention? Why are you creating these halal systems? What is the most important halal control point? And for me, it's your intention. What is your intention? Why do you do this? Why did I volunteer to become part of a halal certifying agency? See, because it was my intention. I felt the need for halal certified products, and I was willing to give. I was willing to share, but I know in order to further that. So it's your intention. Why is it that we're doing this? There are material and technical aspects to halal certification. Why? Because we want to remove the mashbu. We want to create wholesome and healthful options for people. But there is more importantly the metaphysical and spiritual aspects of halal. When you build a halal system, you're actually building communities. You're making relationships. You're talking to people who you will not otherwise talk to. You know, it's a different world. For example, you're a dawa organization, you're an ulama, but you get to talk to people. You get to talk to people about halal. Or what if this halal, quote unquote, halal certifying agencies, actually their intention is just to make a lot of money? Because there is a lot of money in halal. What will happen? Then the organization that they're talking to, the producers that they're talking to, they will see what that intention is, right? Because you're not giving them receipts. You're saying it's donation. You're not giving them receipts. You're not going to their plant. They do not see, they do not see you making sure that the product is actually halal. And during the time that I was doing halal certification with IDCP, there were rumors, and those people that we went to, sometimes they are surprised that we go to their we raid we we go to their offices, we look at their receipts, we look at their plant, we ask so many questions. They are surprised. Why? Because they were able to get halal certification, quote unquote, before that did not but they did not undergo this process. Okay, so that is also the point, why intention is so important. Because if your intention is to make lots of money, is to get into, business, then you will be cutting corners, you will be adding fillers, and your end product might not be as good. It's not halal, it's not tayyiban. Okay. And if you're looking at farm to fork, because our food industry is now very consumption driven, and sometimes a consumption driven food industry is excessive, to be precise. Excessive. Why? Because we're creating so much, and sometimes there is too much, creating too much. There was a time last year, right, when the production lines were cut because schools were closed, hotels were closed, restaurants were closed. So what did they do to the food? They threw them away, they buried them in soil. Why? Because the consumption driven food industry. So if we are really serious about halal and tayyiban, then we have to go beyond the fork, right? Beyond the fork, and beyond and before the farm. Okay, is our production eco-friendly? Is the lifestyle of until the packaging, waste generation? Because you have to look not just at the health and well-being of people, but the health and well-being of the whole planet. Because that's our khilafa. We are required to do that. Actually, we're required to do that. And I'm looking forward to a halal and to even system, an ecosystem that can eventually go forward and move. Because right now we're at the basic level. We're making sure that nothing is makruh and whatever. But you go beyond that, it makes everything better. Right? It feels it allows other people to appreciate what the systems of Islam really is, when they see that it's your intention to give this kind of products a chance, to be able to provide these kinds of good products for the whole world. because you know it's not just the Muslim community that we are answerable to. It's this community and the community and 3 generations. Because the pregnant woman is actually within a pregnant woman. If you are carrying a girl child, the egg cells of the girl child, which is your granddaughter's grandsons, you are carrying all of that. So you're carrying 3 generations. And if this halal and Toyiban product is really good, then that's what we are. That's what we are answerable to. Okay, so thank you very much. I think I overdid it. Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much, Assistant Professor Hidalgo. Yes, that was very informative and quite detailed. I think we enjoyed your talk. We'd like
Thank
to
you.
call, yes, of course, the questions will be fielded later at the open forum. We'd like to call on Mr. Elshid Mariwa. Welcome. He's the owner proprietor of Radia Halal Store, which has been operating for decades in Maharlika Village, Taguig. Welcome, Mr. Mariwa. Please unmute yourself. Paki-unmute Mr. Mariwa. You are naka-mute. Okay, okay.
Okay na, ma'am? Dok?
Okay na ho, okay na.
Assalamualaikum sa lahat po. Ako po si Elcid Mariwa, may-ari ng Radia Halal Meat Store. Kami po ay nag-ooperate ng meat store retail dito po sa may Maharlika Village ng ilang dekada na po. Ito po ay parang isang family business na naipagpatuloy ko po. Parang mana sa pamilya. Kami po, we are... Hello? Hello, ma'am?
Hello, hello.
Okay.
Okay, niraran na ho ang PowerPoint.
Sige.
May konting delay ang lata, Mr. Maria. Sandali lang po.
Yes, Doc.
Medyo weak signal yata. Sandali lang. We are waiting for the screen sharing to come through. Okay, go ahead po, Mr. Mariwa.
Okay na, Doc? Okay na po?
Okay na. Lumabas na yung screen share.
Okay. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi to all participant. We are from Radia Halal Meat Store, operating for 2 decades, more than 2 decades. And we are in halal business for retailing the fresh one and halal one, and we make sure our stocks or fresh meat available here are slaughtered in Islamic way, from slaughterhouse to to here at our shop. Hello? Hello? Hello?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
No.
Medyo matagal daw ang signal kaya hindi lumalabas kaagad ng slides. So, paki-instruct na lang, sir, kung next slide na pag ano. Okay.
Ganun. Hindi ko na ano. Okay, Doc. Our main product is beef, chicken, goat, and recently during this Ramadan, we start slaughtering carabao also. Some customer, they request for cara beef as they are longing for that. Some of our some Filipino, they prefer cara beef than cow meat. We are often daily from 6 a.m. to 8 p.m. and we do delivery to home services for some, especially to foreigner, like new one here in Manila. They don't know how to come to Maharlika. Okay. Our mission, our challenge for today is in our supply. Sometimes they give us problem as we Muslim are not allowed to do so, but what to do? They sometimes forcing the livestock to drink more water, so it adds up to their net.
Sir Mariwa, excuse me, sir. Na-mute po kayo. Na-mute kayo, sir.
Yan na, ma'am.
Okay na, sir.
Doc, one of our challenge in meat business is the supply. We don't have a permanent supplier, as most of the slaughterhouse here are mixed with the non-halal one. So this is one of our biggest challenge, as we are looking forward for to have our own slaughterhouse within this within the Metro Manila or nearby cities outside Metro Manila. And one problem also is they are forcing the livestock to drink more water, so to add up to their net. So for us, we just buy livestock, whether what they are doing there. So it will be a greater problem for us. Hoping that some government agency will be um, have to see to it there is a law that actually it's not also allowed, it's punishable, but most of these slaughterhouse they are doing this, even going to Batangas, to Cavite. Shame. And our mission is to establish franchise a store in other places, especially in Muslim community, not only in Maharlika, but also in Cavite, in Rizal, in Quezon City, and also in Manila, so that we can serve and give a fresh and halal meat every day to all Muslims in Metro Manila and nearby province. That's all I can share. Thank you very much, Doc.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Mariwa, for your sharing.
Thank you.
I think we're expecting many questions from to you
Yeah.
at the open forum. Maraming salamat po again. We'd like to welcome now Ustad Lukman bin Imam Usman to speak about the ulama initiatives to address knowledge gaps, because it has been mentioned many times in the earlier presentations that there are quite significant knowledge gaps on halal, and so we shall listen to Ustad Lukman to speak about what the ulama are doing and their organized ulama are doing to address this. Mr. Sir Lukman, may we hear from you.
الحمد لله رب العالمين والصلاة والسلام على أشرف الأنبياء والمرسلين نبينا محمد وعلى آله وصحبه أجمعين. أما بعد فالسلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. Okay, good afternoon, everyone. So I'll be presenting about ulama initiatives pertinent to knowledge gaps on halal in Philippine industries. This is the outline of my presentation. First is objectives, then preliminaries, then Philippine halal industry knowledge gaps, ulama's roles, and their initiatives in addressing some of the knowledge gaps. We hope to, after the end of this presentation, hope to identify the knowledge gaps on halal in Philippine industries, to fill some of the gaps in the understanding of ulama, Sharia, and halal, to know the important role of the ulama in addressing the knowledge gaps on halal in the Philippine industries. Perhaps sometimes you do not really understand the concept beyond its basic definition. Maybe you cannot explain why something happens or under what conditions. Whenever you hit a wall like this, you have found a knowledge gap. That's the knowledge gap. I want to start this presentation with the hadith from the Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam. Talabul ilmi fariidatun ala kulli Muslim. Seeking knowledge is a duty upon every Muslim. And the knowledge that is contemplated in this hadith is a beneficial knowledge, knowledge which will benefit the Muslim in his worldly life and the hereafter. So this mainly pertains to the knowledge of Sharia, to the knowledge of religion. Islam is, as all of us know, Islam is a way of life. It's a complete way of life. And everything that a Muslim do is an act of worship. If you have the correct intention, as the previous presenter have said earlier, that we need to have this correct intention. And if you have this correct intention, all of your actions becomes an act of worship. If your intention is to please the Almighty, to serve the Almighty, and to do good, you'll be rewarded for this, for any kind of act. So basically, Muslims do not distinguish between worldly and religious acts. We do this act of worship as an obedience to the Almighty. And halal and halal certification is really an act of worship. So we'll proceed with the definition of terms, and as I think everyone already know the definition of halal. So halal is not just an Arabic term, it's also an Quranic term. It was mentioned in numerous verses in the Quran. So it means lawful and permissible under Sharia. So there's a emphasis on Sharia, referring to food and non-food products and services allowed for human consumption, as it was defined under the IRR of RA 10817. And we always quote this ayah, this verse from the Quran, أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم يا أيها الناس كلوا مما في الأرض حلالا طيبا ولا تتبعوا خطوات الشيطان إنه لكم عدو مبين. If we take a look at its nearest translation in English, it means all mankind. So here in this verse, the one that is being addressed is the whole of mankind, believers or non-believers, Muslims or non-Muslims. So all mankind eat from whatever is on earth that is lawful, that is permissible, that's halal. So that's why it all, as mentioned by all these speakers, the concept of halal is always comes with tayyib, halal and tayyiban. So it should be lawful, it should be permissible, and it should be good. Tayyib. Tayyib means or can be interpreted as nourishing, safe, hygienic, wholesome. It can also pertain to the animal welfare, the humane treatment of animal prior to slaughtering, environmental protection, fair trade, and sustainable consumption practices. So halal and tayyiban. And do not follow the footsteps of Satan. Indeed, he is to you a clear enemy. And this is from the Surah Al-Baqarah, chapter 2, verse 168. The teaching of Islam deeply emphasizes on the importance of halal in every aspect of a Muslim's life. Halal is also a way of life because it's not only what you eat, what you drink, what you wear. Halal encompasses everything. It should be what you say, what you do, where your income comes from, where do you spend it, and etc. But our concern right now is the halal industry, which mainly focuses on the food products and other non-food products. So the importance of halal on food consumption and dietary requirements is very, we can see that it is very important for Muslims. The term halal commonly refers to permissible consumption of food as well as moral and ethical conduct. So halal is an important element that influences consumer purchase and consumption behavior. So this is very evident if you have friends, Muslims. Actually, even if you have a friend that is not very religious, meaning doesn't pray or anything, you will not see him or her eat pork or drink alcohol. So sometimes the importance of halal in regards to the food and beverages or food and drinks becomes more important than other halal aspect or the other Islamic guidelines. Another term that we need to, I think, define, and it has been defined earlier in the morning session, because if we go back to the definition of halal, we see that the term Sharia. So what is Sharia? Sharia literally means the path to the watering place, the clear path to be followed and path which the believer has to tread in order to obtain guidance in this world and the deliverance in the next. So it's in its common usage, Sharia refers to commands, prohibitions, guidance, and principles that God has addressed to mankind pertaining to their conduct in this world and salvation in the next. And Sharia has four major or four primary sources. First is the Quran, and Muslims believe that this is the word of God revealed to the Prophet Muhammad ﷺ through his angel Jibril alayhi salam. And next is the Sunnah. Sunnah. It is the tradition of the Prophet. It is the acts, sayings, and tacit approvals of the Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam. Next is ijma', or the scholarly consensus. It is the consensus of the scholars of ulama on a certain generation after the death of the Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam on a certain religious matter. Then lastly, qiyas, or analogical reasoning. It's the methodology of, it's the method of extending the ruling of an original case. The original case or the original issue has already a ruling from the Quran or from the Sunnah, and you extend this ruling to a new case which don't have any ruling, direct or explicit ruling from the Quran and Sunnah or Ijma. You extend the ruling of the original to the new case because the original case and the new case have the same effective cause. So why are we mentioning this? Because this is also the source of all halal standards. So halal standards are extracted from these sources of Sharia. Another term is ulama. Ulama. The singular, ulama is plural and singular is alim. So it's an Arabic word that is derived from ilm or alima. Ilm means knowledge. Alima, it's a verb to know. So the ulama, therefore, etymologically, the scholars, or more precisely, the experts in Islamic religious sciences. Perhaps the best way to define them is through the famous hadith of the Prophet Muhammad ﷺ. It's a long hadith, so the portion here is وَإِنَّ الْعُلَمَاءَ وَرَثَةُ الْأَنْبِيَاءِ وَإِنَّ الْأَنْبِيَاءَ لَمْ يُوَرِّثُوا دِينَارًا وَلَا دِرْهَمًا وَإِنَّمَا وَرَّثُوا الْعِلْمَ فَمَنْ أَخَذَهُ أَخَذَ بِحَظٍّ وَافِرٍ. The ulama are the ears of the prophets. The prophets have not left gold or silver coins as a bequest, but knowledge. Whoever seizes it has taken a bountiful share. Locally, here in the Philippines, they differentiate between the learned men of religion and those who know Islamic sciences. So sometimes when you say an alim here in the Philippines, they mean that that person, if it's an alim, it means that he has finished his studies or his education in a foreign country, usually in Middle East. The mode of teaching is Arabic. Then Ustad, it literally means teacher or professor. So, but locally, we in the Philippines, when when we call them Ustad, it means that he has studied, he has gained or acquired his Islamic knowledge or religious knowledge locally in the Philippines. So what is important for us? What is important for us is for us to know that there are some requirements, particularly in halal certification, and we will come to that later on. And it has been discussed also in passing by the previous resource speakers in the morning and here in the afternoon. The next term is faqih. Faqih. So it's from the word, it's a singular. The plural is fuqaha. So it came from the word faqiha, which means to understand. So it's it is an expert in Islamic jurisprudence. When you say a faqih, it is an expert in Islamic jurisprudence. So basically, what is what is really important here in halal certification, in crafting halal standards, we need to consult someone who is an expert, who is knowledgeable in Islamic jurisprudence, in Islamic law. So that's why we need to consult them, and they have qualifications, of course. So a faqih should be knowledgeable in Arabic, so that he can directly interact with the sources of Sharia, which is the Quran and Sunnah. Because if you only rely on translations, there are some lost meaning in the translation. Then second, he must also be knowledgeable in the Quran, particularly in the ayatul ahkam, or the verses pertaining to rulings, to legislations. Then number three, knowledge of the Sunnah. So he should be knowledgeable on the ayatul ahadithul ahkam. So he knows which hadith is strong, which is weak, and etc. Then he also should know the knowledge of the furu, or the branches. So he should know where there are points of ijma, because you cannot go against an ijma. If the ijma has been constituted, you cannot repeal that. Then, of course, should be knowledgeable on usul, maqasid, sharia, and qawaid al-fiqhiyah. Then finally, he should be an upright person, adil, meaning morally and religiously upright. Okay, so now we will proceed to the next part, or next section of the presentation, which is the halal industry stakeholders. So here we see at the middle that the halal certified product or service, this is the end product. So who are the stakeholders of the halal industry? So we have the government, the consumers, the halal certification bodies, the halal firm. What we mean by halal firm is the organization or the company that produces halal. Then the supplier of raw materials, Then trade associations, like for example, the Philippine Chamber of Commerce and Industries and other Chamber of Commerce. So what do we mean by industry? So if we take a look at the dictionary, industry is concerned with the processing of raw materials and manufacture of goods in factories. So the companies and activities involved in the process of producing goods for sale, especially in a factory or special area. So this is an industry. And halal industry can be defined as an industry that conducts its business in accordance with the Islamic regulation to produce a halal product or to provide a halal service. There are two things to be considered, which are the substance and the process. So if we take a look at Assistant Professor Hidalgo earlier lecture. So your inputs should be halal, your process should be halal, and your output should be halal. So everything should be halal. Okay, so the halal industry or the global halal industry or the global Islamic economy. So we will have this is I think an old data, 2015. So we have these industries. The global Islamic economy consists of halal food and beverages, halal pharmaceuticals, halal cosmetics, media and recreation, fashion, tourism, and Islamic finance. And I think we can see that the global Islamic economy or the global halal industry is the most stable economy in the world because your consumer, your customer, your market sees your products and services as a religious obligation. So they see it as not an option. It's not optional. So they see that they must patronize these halal products or services. So that's how stable the halal market. And if we take a look at the Philippine context, in the Philippine National Halal Certification Scheme, they have these scopes. So we have 8 or 7, pang 8 is others. So there's a future scope. So first is food products, beverages, food supplements. Next is food premises, hotels and establishments. Then cosmetics and personal health care products, pharmaceuticals, farm systems includes agricultural inputs and feeds, slaughterhouses, logistics. So these are the industries that can enter or can be halal certified or can be part of the halal industry. Okay, so now we will proceed to in discussion of the stakeholders of the Philippine halal industry. So government. In the halal industry, government plays a crucial role. Government roles include industrial development, planning, and creation of the halal market, and the creation and execution of halal legislation and guidelines, to name a few. And earlier, Attorney Sadain have already mentioned a much more extensive discussion on the legislations related to halal. So these are some of the laws that is related to halal. RA 9997, the NCMF law. Then RA 10817, the halal export law. Then RA 1105 for the Bangsamoro organic law. Then RA 11439, the Islamic banking law. Then we also have the Philippine National Halal Certification Scheme. The Philippine National Halal Certification Scheme is the basic requirement for halal certification bodies to follow if they want to be accredited by the Philippine Accreditation Bureau. Then we also have many national standards on halal. So I think we have 5. The first 4 is from Department of Agriculture. The last one is from DTI before, but I don't know if this has been updated. So we have the PNS 101, Halal Agriculture and Fisheries Products, PNS 102, Halal Slaughtering and Halal Slaughtering Practice for Ruminants, PNS 103, Halal Slaughtering for Practice for Poultry, then 139, Halal Feeds, then 2067, Halal Food Guidelines. So for someone to be halal certified, they need to follow a certain standard. According to the findings of research and in-depth interviews with experts, there are a number of significant barriers to the development of the halal business in Indonesia. Policy, production, socialization, infrastructure, and human resource are among the roadblocks. Based on the ANP analysis result from the 5 groups found, the biggest weight is the human resource, infrastructure, production, policy, and socialization. These obstacles that have been mentioned are also faced by the Philippine halal industry, and this can be addressed mainly by the government. So the need for the government to provide support infrastructure facilities required in the halal industry development. So like halal logistics, halal testing laboratories, halal facilities, halal food processing establishment plants, including slaughterhouses, poultry dressing plants, cold storage facilities, halal ports, halal tourism, and human resource capacity building. So under RA 10817, these are the government agencies, member agencies. So the Halal Board is headed by the DTI, then Vice Chair is the NCMF, then members are DA, Department of Agriculture, Department of Health, Department of Science and Technology, Department of Foreign Affairs, Department of Tourism, Bangko Sentral ng Pilipinas, and MINDA, Mindanao Development Authority. We'll proceed to the next stakeholder, which is the Halal Certification Body. Halal Certification Body refers to a Muslim Filipino people's organization and non-government organization or foreign Muslim organizations composed of Muslim scholars and professionals providing auditing and certification services, conformity assessment, ensuring that specified requirements relating to a product, process, system, person, or body are fulfilled in accordance with Sharia. So that's why we always need to give importance to Sharia. So not only the economic aspect, we need to have a certification body should have ulama, should have knowledgeable person in Sharia. They should have a fatwa council. And later on, we will discuss the reality of halal and halal certification. The landmark decision of the Supreme Court in Islamic Da'wah Council of the Philippines versus Office of Executive Secretary and OMA, where it ruled that halal certification is a purely religious function. It is therefore no different from any other Islamic rituals such as Salah, Saum, fasting, Hajj, and other religious activities. So says the court says, without a doubt, classifying a food product as halal is a religious function because the standards used are drawn from the Quran and Islamic beliefs. So Here, from this Supreme Court decision, and this is from the Consolidated Philippine Halal Certification Body position paper that we have submitted last 2019 to the Philippine Halal Export Board. So in this Supreme Court decision, so the reason why classifying food product as halal is a religious function is because the standards used are drawn from the Quran and Islamic beliefs. It is we can understand from here that if an action is mainly drawn from the Quran and Islamic belief, so it should be considered as a religious function. So that's why one of the things that we are really surprised with is that some government agencies also offer halal training. So they quote Quran, they quote Hadith, and they teach this, and they are not Muslims. So I think this is we can revisit this. The government should review this. How can they allow a government agency and again non-Muslims talking about speak and teach about or train and they are using Quran as basis and Islamic teachings. These are the active halal certification bodies in the Philippines. There are many actually, and some of them are not listed here. But this list was retrieved from the DTI website. If you search in the Google, you can find this. So IDCP, Islamic Dawah Council of the Philippines, the biggest, the largest halal certification body in the Philippines. So they are not only certifying in the Philippines, they also certify companies in other countries. The second largest is Halal Development Institute of the Philippines. Then we have Mindanao Halal Authority, Muslim Mindanao Halal Certification Board, then Halal International Chamber of Commerce and Industries in the Philippines, Islamic Advocate on Halal and Development. I think that this is not so active because halal certification bodies actually can always meet if, for example, there's a program of PTI being invited. Then AHIP, Alliance for Halal Integrity in the Philippines. So it's also active. And Ulama League of the Philippines. This is headed by Alim Adilao. And I heard recently that he passed away. Inna lillahi wa inna ilaihi raji'un. Then Khaira Ummah Foundation, it's a new one. Then, of course, Prime Asia Pacific. This is a certification body from Dubai. Then they also established a branch here in the Philippines. So the next stakeholder is the halal firm. And what we mean by halal firm here is that the organization or the company that manufactures or produce halal products or provides halal service. So halal firm is a service provider that provides Sharia compliant services, or a manufacturer, person or company that produces finished halal goods from raw materials by using various tools, equipments, and processes, and then sells the goods to consumers, wholesalers, distributors, retailers, or to other manufacturers for the production of a more complex goods. So as data have shown, many companies, organizations have been many of them became interested in entering the halal industry and getting halal certificate. And one research in Singapore also showed that there was an increase in the number of visits. The McDonald's in Singapore in 2006. There was an increase in number of visits by 8 million visits after obtaining halal certification, while sales of KFC, Burger King, and Taco Bell also increased by 20% after obtaining halal certification. So this indicates an influence, halal certification of consumer, influence of halal certification to consumer purchase intention. Consumers who may be hesitant to consume the product to be assured once there is certification institution halal to the producer. So it really affects the consumer if they see that the establishment is halal certified, the product is halal certified. So it affects their purchase intention. So halal firm, the employees of halal firms needs to have awareness of halal requirements. This is critical for ensuring that the entire production process follows halal guidelines. Employees who are familiar with the Islamic slaughtering process and practices, for example, will ensure that the finished animal product is halal in the production line. The purchasing department, the distribution, the storage department, employee knowledge of the halal status of the ingredients, the way the products or materials are processed, stored, and transported must be taken into account before the firm can be declared as a halal firm or their products as halal certified. The most important role of producers of halal food products is to understand the supply chain and the flow of production, because each stage of the supply chain, you need to make sure that everything is halal. Every step in the production process needs to be verified as halal compliant. The production setting should not be mixed with non-halal products. It is their responsibility to ensure that there is a review mechanism to identify halal status of food ingredients that comes from the suppliers. The food producers must be able to trace the raw materials to prevent unsafe and non-halal ingredients from entering the production process or the entire supply chain. The food producers must also be transparent to their customers and also to the buyers of their products information to ensure traceability along the entire supply chain. So it is the responsibility of the halal firm or the organization that produces or manufactures halal product to make sure that all steps along the supply chain, they need to be halal certified or halal compliant. And of course, it is also their responsibility to balance the economic benefit and the consumer requirement. That's why they need to make sure that their halal consumers get what they deserve. Halal consumer, this is the next stakeholder. So a consumer or the halal consumer is the final user of a halal product or service. The halal consumers can be an individual or a group of people who buy or utilize products or services for personal consumption alone, not for resale or manufacture. In the sales distribution chain, they are the end users. Customers, also known as consumers, are the most important stakeholders in the halal industry. For example, Malaysia's government has a system in place that allows customers to report such confusion to the authorities. Customers' assistance will prevent buyers as well as the industry as a whole from being exploited by untrustworthy parties. There's a little difference between customers and consumers because not all customers consume what they buy. So for example, a mother may buy milk So she is the customer, then the consumer is the baby. So that's the difference between customer and consumer. Okay. The increasing of number, and this was also mentioned earlier by Attorney Sadan, the increasing number of halal non-compliance cases reported in Malaysia shows that the awareness level among the consumers is increasing, because there are many reports, cases reported. So consumers are aware what they uh, what they need to do to check if the product is really halal. Education, awareness campaigns, and other awareness programs are required to ensure that the correct information and understanding reaches the end consumer group. The knowledge possessed by the consumers will enable them to check the halal status of the products themselves and therefore safeguard them from being deceived. Although I think there's no formal studies have been conducted yet here in the Philippines, but according to our organization's observation, the awareness of consumers on halal certified products or services still needs a lot of work, and many still have negative perception about halal logos, about halal certified products. And actually, this is very rampant in social media. You can see that. We also help in explaining this to consumers, to Muslims, how important it is for us to buy halal certified products, products with halal logo, etc. Because they still have this negative perception, and they are still really not aware what is really halal. Supplier. So the next stakeholder is supplier. So they are the farmers, the cultivators, the ranchers, provide the halal, that provides the halal crops and animals that will be used as raw materials by halal food producers, caterers, and food vendors, who will then supply the products to retailers and wholesalers before being distributed to end consumers. So what really concerns us here, so the concept of from farm to fork, from seed to soul. So we need to maintain. So as mentioned by Assistant Professor Hidalgo, so not only from farm, but what's before the farm. So example, the feeds, where it is from, then not just up to the fork, but what's after the fork. So we need to make sure that everything is in the concept of halalan tayyiban. So another important thing too is the halal logistics. The supply chain, the halal integrity should be observed along the entire supply chain. So the halal logistics will assure the customer regarding the halal integrity along the entire supply chain. And last stakeholder are the trade associations. The role of trade associations in the Philippine halal industry is very important. They can help in the socialization of halal awareness and encourage their members to enter into the halal industry. So one of the most active trade associations in halal is the Philippine Chamber of Commerce and Industry. And I think most halal certification bodies are also member of this. The Philippine Chamber of Food Manufacturers and Chamber of Cosmetics Industries of the Philippines. So these are some trade associations that should also, that should exert more effort in halal awareness and helping in the development of the Philippine halal industry. Now we will proceed to the next section, next part of the presentation, Sharia perspective on halal certification. What is the reality of halal certification? First, halal certification is an Islamic communal obligation. It means it's a fardu kifaya. So it has become a fardu kifaya according to the fatwa of many scholars. So what do we mean by fardu kifaya? What do we mean by Islamic communal obligation? It means that if the community as a whole leave it alone, no one does it, no one do halal certification. It means that the whole community, the whole Muslim community, is sinning. They are doing, they are leaving something obliged upon them. But if a community, if a Muslim community has a part of them, one or two, do the halal certification, then they have done what is required of them. Another point is that halal certification is a purely religious function. Although, of course, with the help of the technical aspect, on the science aspect, but in reality, it is a religious function. Why? Why do we say this? Because under Islamic law, halal certification is composed of shahada and fatwa. Shahada and fatwa. So, what do you mean by shahada? It means you testified. This is a testimony, a statement. So the halal auditors will do fact finding in the company. They will visit it. They will check everything. Then they will test. They will make a report. They will make a statement that this is what they have found. So this is a testimony. This is a testimony. This is a shahada. Then the ulama or the fatwa council will issue a fatwa. In essence, halal certificate is a fatwa. You are giving a opinion or a ruling that this product is halal. So if we take a look at halal certification in this kind of perspective, then there should be qualification for those who can give testimony, for those who can give fatwa. Not everyone can do that. That's why if you take a look the Islamic perspective of statements and testimonies, there are different types. We have the hadith, da'wah, shahada, qada, and iqra. So what we are concerned here is the shahada, the testimony. So for a testimony to be accepted, there are conditions. First is adala. What do we mean by adala? Adala is to be morally and religiously upright. You have to be religiously upright, meaning you're a practicing Muslim. Then you should be morally upright. Then second, aqil balig, meaning the person should be of age of majority and sane mind. Then next is knowledge. So he or she should have a first-hand knowledge and enough knowledge, enough knowledge that you can distinguish from false and true. Then fourth is number. So sometimes two, minimum of two witnesses or testimony is needed. So this really affects halal certification. So sometimes for example, that's why these are the qualifications, these are the conditions that a minimum, at least the halal auditor, for example, should have. Then the fatwa, authoritative legal opinion. So as we have said, not all can give fatwa. Not all can say that can pronounce fatwa on something, that this is halal, because halal and haram is halal and haram is the act of God, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. So the fatwa mainly base their legal opinion based on what they have found, based on evidence. So halal certification is evidence-based. It's a testimony and it's a fatwa. So according to what they understand from the Quran and Sunnah. That's why someone who can give fatwa or someone who can give halal certification, they should have this fatwa committee where there are people who have knowledge of Arabic, so that they can directly access the primary sources of Sharia, primary sources of Islamic law. So those who give fatwa must also be knowledgeable in the Quran, as I have said earlier. So they know the legal contents of the Quran or the Ayatul Ahkam, knowledge of the Sunnah, so they should also know the legal contents of the Ahadith. They know which is weak, which is strong, which is authentic Hadith. Then the knowledge of furu, the branches, and the points on which there is ijma. Then usul, then maqasid or objectives of Sharia, and then qawaid al-fiqhiyah. So they should also know this. And special emphasis on qiyas, and we have mentioned all the qiyas, because majority of the time when the fatwa council gives fatwa is based on qiyas. Based on qiyas, because the products, the current products, for example, new products. So it is not mentioned in the Quran. It is not mentioned in the Hadith. So you extend the ruling of the existing or the original case to a new case. So this is by doing qiyas, by way of qiyas. And finally, must be an upright adil. So we have already discussed adala. So morally and religiously upright. So who refrains from committing sins and whose judgment the people can trust. His sincerity must be beyond question and untainted with self-seeking interest. The Mufti and the Fatwa Committee of a halal certification body are encouraged to use the ijtihad tarjihi, or the approach in harmonizing different fatwas overseas among the countries. Why do we do this? Because there are difference of opinion. There are different schools of thought. So each country has their own madhab that they follow, school of thought that they follow. That's why sometimes there are some differences in halal standards. Examples, there are countries that does not accept shrimp, crabs as halal. So you should know that. So the halal certification body should do the ijtihad tarjihi to harmonize different fatwas, different school of thought, so that if the company that you are certifying wants to export to a particular country, they should know the standard, the madhab that is being followed by that country, if they are majority Muslim or the Muslim population there follows a certain madhab. So they should know that, so that they can give the fatwa based on this approach, the ijtihad tarjih. So ijtihad tarjih is one of the forms of ijtihad that can be practiced in solving common issues faced by each country. This approach is the process of selecting and analyzing the views of the madhabs, the schools of thought, and then opting for the best standpoint that suits the circumstances, needs of the people of this region. So what you're doing is, because, for example, you're exporting to UAE. So what are their madhab? So you are catering on the people there. So you have to follow their standard. You have to follow their school of thought. Okay, so the last part of the presentation is role of ulama in filling knowledge gaps on the Philippine halal industry. If we review everything that we have mentioned earlier, the main cause of some problems for each stakeholder is that the lack of holistic understanding of halal and halal certification. Mainly, some really they do this, or they enter the halal industry because of the economic benefit. So they don't balance it. They really forget that at the end of the day, halal and halal certification is a religious matter. So the government, for example, because of the lack of complete understanding of the reality of halal, policies and legislations crafted by the government or its agencies are sometimes ineffective or inefficient, which results to failure. And We're not saying that it's a total failure, but they do not achieve what they want to achieve, the goals. So we have the biggest example. So the R18117, the accreditation of PAB. So if you take a look at the accreditation, the PAB accreditation, Philippine Accreditation Bureau on accreditation of halal certification bodies, they don't have accreditation scheme specific or specific to the halal certification body. They consider halal certification body as the same as other certification bodies. So, for example, in the fees and etc. So there are many problems, and we will not discuss it here. We have already submitted our position paper way back 2019, but we don't have any update from them. So anyway, we need to work out on this. We need to work hand in hand for the halal industry in the Philippines to grow and develop. And we are, as someone, as part of the, someone from the halal certification body side. So we are always active, and we always want to help in the halal industry endeavors in developing and helping halal industry in the Philippines. And we also have mentioned the training that is being given by DOST, for example. So they discuss, for example, halal basics and fundamentals. They mention Quranic verses here. And if you take a look, this is really a religious thing. This is a religious matter. So why are they doing this? Why are they are the one who's doing that the trainings, halal trainings? They are a government agency, and their lecturers are non-Muslims. So if, for example, there's a question about halal, so how can they answer it? How can they answer what's the basis in the Quran? What's the basis? Why is this halal? What is the basis of this? This is haram. So they should not involve themselves in this halal trainings. The UST, for example, can help in finding alternatives to raw materials that are not halal. So they can invest on research and development, etc. So this is because of the lack of holistic understanding of halal and halal certification. So so the government should have policies, or should craft policies and legislations, should build infrastructures and facilities, should socialize the halal awareness, and they are doing great here in this aspect. Alhamdulillah, so they have many programs on halal awareness, and really we appreciate this. Then the development of human resources. So what can ulama do in this endeavors of the government? So they act as an advisory council. They can act as an advisory council or consultant or part of the member committee in crafting legislations, guidance, and standards. But sad to say, the ulama sometimes have been invited in public consultations, etc. But sometimes they just serve as decoration. So they are not, their opinions and suggestions are not being heard, or sometimes they are not enabled to do their part, because of course we need to recognize, we need to realize that sometimes the ulama needs technical support. They need to understand. For example, there's a legislation, there's a policy, so they need to understand everything for them to give their opinion on it. So sometimes they don't have this technical support that they need. Then they can, the ulama can be represented by halal certification bodies and other non-government organizations, religious organizations, which can act as trainers or resource persons for human resource capacity building, particularly on halal, halal basics, etc. Everything that is related to halal. Then halal certification body. So halal certification body should be a Muslim religious organization. There should be ulama officers. They should have fatwa council, and their standard should be crafted with their ulama, with the ulama, the qualified ulama. So the halal certification body or the ulama that is member of a halal certification body can help in a halal and halal certification awareness through their khutbah, the Friday sermon, then muhabara, Islamic symposiums, seminars. And I see many of halal certification bodies, the ulama of the halal certification bodies, are actively involved in halal certification and crafting of halal standards. Then the halal firms. There are many problems here, and they should see that halal is a whole system. So they need to implement it on the whole of supply chain, starting from R&D, research and development. So they should know, so that they will know that the raw materials that they need to use are halal, and etc. And also marketing. So in advertising, for example, what can be used, what cannot be used, and their branding. So for example, you cannot say chicken hot dog, because hot dog, regular people knows that hot dog is haram. So you should not use same name and branding, etc. So halal firms also need socialization and awareness of halal. So in their with their employees, all of their employees, they should socialize halal. They should have company halal policy, which will inform all of their employees that we are a halal firm. We produce halal products. And all those related to the production of halal product should have trainings. And that the ulama can act as trainers and resource persons for halal training and awareness. Ulama should always be consulted thoroughly on matters regarding halal. So as I have mentioned earlier, so we need to enable the ulama to actively participate in crafting government policies and guidelines regarding halal. Ulama should be tapped as resource person in all halal related trainings, and we need to enable them to be able to fulfill fully their role. Halal firms should balance between economic benefit and customer requirement. Halal consumer, so we have a specific, they have specific requirement. So don't, the halal firm should give what the customer is requiring them. So unfortunately, some halal firms do not truly understand that halal is a religious matter, so they don't give weight to the religious aspect of halal. Hence, they make mistakes in implementing the halal system. And we have said, they should avail training from Muslim religious organizations, implement halal assurance system on the whole supply chain. Okay, next stakeholder, the halal consumer. So the awareness of consumers regarding the concept of halal and haram is a driving force of the industry, and thus a powerful inducement to implement an efficient traceability system in the industry. So But unfortunately, as I've said earlier, here in the Philippines, the consumers, their awareness on halal is really very negligible. They really don't have, you need a lot of work. And their perception still, many of them still have negative perception on halal. So we need, the ulama should always include in their talks, in their khutbah, or rather on Islamic symposiums and muhadara, they should talk about halal and halal certification. We need more awareness. And the ulama also can act or can be a part of advisory council of halal consumer watch. What we lack here in the Philippines also is a consumer group, halal consumer watch. We don't have that. So for us to have a strong Philippine halal industry, we need the active participation of the consumers. We need to have halal consumer watch. So the ulama can act as a consultant or part of the advisory council. The ulama can also act as trainers or resource persons for halal awareness seminars. And as I have said, they can also include, and I think many includes, our organization, one of our programs is to include halal and halal certification awareness through our muhadarat, through Islamic symposiums and seminars. Then the raw material supplier, just like the halal firm, so they have they need to socialize and the awareness, their awareness on halal, so they can have religious organizations where there are ulama to act as their trainers or resource person. Then also the trade associations, so same as the supplier. So the ulama are responsible for discouraging Muslim customers from consuming non-halal. So they should include this in their muhadarat, in their Islamic symposiums. Unhygienic as well as unsafe food and products. So the ulama are responsible for discouraging Muslim customers from consuming non-halal, unhygienic as well as unsafe food and products. Their awareness of the halal status of a product is essential in preventing them from consuming non-halal food products. In regards to the supplier, the halal certification body should actively engage in guiding the suppliers on implementation of halal assurance management system in the whole value supply chain. Food producers and suppliers are starting to understand the importance of complying with the halal regulations and getting certified in order to grab opportunities in the global halal market. And this have already been mentioned by Assistant Professor Hidalgo earlier, where the suppliers, the raw material suppliers, get halal certified too. So, however, that should not be the only reason adhering to the halal guidelines. Better understanding on their responsibilities as producers and suppliers towards the Muslim consumers is important. In this context, the role of the government, trade associations, non-government organizations, and relevant authorities are required to ensure that the knowledge reach the people. So, trade associations, all stakeholders of the halal industry need to cooperate, adapt the international halal standards, and develop multilateral network communication, integrity, impartiality, transparency, and equivalency with their counterparts in exporting countries for the greater good of the Ummah at large. And lastly, as a conclusion, halal is a divine value system from Almighty Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. For that reason, halal initiative should be taken as a responsibility rather than opportunity. Every stakeholder in the industry has their own responsibility in ensuring that halal supply chain traceability can be implemented successfully. All stakeholders of the halal industry need to cooperate, adapt the international halal standards, and develop a multilateral network for communication, integrity, impartiality, transparency, and equivalency with their counterparts in exporting countries for the greater good of the Ummah at large. Classifying product as halal is a religious function. Halal certification is evidence-based. Halal certification is the shahada of a competent person and a fatwa of ulama. Halal certification is a guarantee of security for Muslims to be able to consume a product. So active engagement in guiding the companies on the implementation of halal assurance management system in the whole value supply chain is needed. And with that, I'll end my presentation. Thank you very much for listening. So here is our email and website if you have any questions and clarification. Okay, thank you very much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam, Sir Ustad Lukman bin Usman Imam. Thank you for your inputs. We see that issues like there are very issues iterated throughout the webinar about halal and halal certification. Okay, I'd like to go over to questions. We have a few questions, and this I think may be answered by the panel or all any from the panel members. What is the manpower need for halal food production? Do we allow non-Muslims to be part of the manpower? Though I know that when it comes to halal slaughtering, definitely it has to be a Muslim. This is from Indira Dimaporo, Tawan-Tawan.
Sige. Thank you. Ano tawag? Ano daw question?
Manpower need for halal food. What is the manpower need for halal food production? Do we allow non-Muslims to be part of the manpower? We have a panelists to answer.
May I request Attorney Linsag to answer that question? I think he's the best qualified.
Yes, we have the attorney here.
All right. Okay, attorney.
Thank you so much, sister, for that question. What the question is? What are the needs for halal food production? Okay,
Manpower needs po. Manpower needs.
Manpower needs.
Yes.
The requirement is that the food that is going to be prepared are halal. All right. When you produce it as halal, what is the participation of a Muslim? Muslim is a person who see to it that all what he does is accepted in the Sharia as a Muslim. So, what is the participation of the Muslim in that food production? My answer for that is it depends upon the food that you are going to prepare. You are going to prepare food production, for example, oil product. What is the participation of a Muslim there when you are producing an oil product? You are aware of or sugar, or let's say this flour factory. This is different from actual cooking. Now, in the factory, at least we have minimum requirements there. The minimum requirements is that there must be Muslim employee there, and the Muslim employee must have something to do with the production and the management, or in the supervision of the production. However, this is very difficult to find in the Philippines. That's why I always advocate a different approach to the certification process. But in cooking, for example, preparing a food, food prepared by must be prepared by Muslim, but then not all food preparations are prepared by Muslims. So our last resort is to really just verify whether the food is halal or not, and the place where it is placed are not contaminated. So these are the minimum requirements. So and then the supervision of that preparation of the food must also be supervised that of the approved halal worker or who knows about halal production of the particular food product. But it's not necessarily that this food produced by Muslims, because Quran also says that the food of the people of the book are also accepted by us. So that is the reason why we have to merge all these requirements in the Quran and the Sunnah, as well as the actual situation in reality, in where we are. You know, we are in this kind of country where Muslims are not Muslim brothers or sisters are not qualified also, and they're not also interested to produce the food. So how many restaurants are there among the Muslims? Only very few. And most of them are only catering among the members of the family or their group. It's not open for public use. It's not even presentable as it should be, just like in other countries where Muslims restaurants are the best restaurants. For example, in China, when we used to have halal restaurant, we go to halal restaurant. Oh, it is in 5-star hotel. 5-star hotel is there, and then everybody, the whole what is this? The floor of the hotel is all restaurant, all halal restaurant, and non-Muslim Chinese are there. But when you look at the restaurants of the Chinese who are not halal, there are only very few people. But in Muslim restaurants, full all the time. You have to make reservations before you go. So these are some of the answers that we could give you. But in those restaurants, I used to ask, the management is halal, I mean Muslims, but the people working there may not necessarily be Muslims, but at least those who supervises the production of that food are Muslims. So these are our requirements for restaurants also as well. If not, then we have to fill in, because if we have no available or trained people that can be working there, we have to make agreement with the restaurant that we will help them look for Muslim brothers or sisters who are qualified to work for them. They should work for them, but not our staff to be working, because of that is conflict of interest. Okay, I hope I have answered the question.
Yes,
More
thank
or
you,
less.
Attorney. Thank you, Attorney. From the panelists, are there those who would wish to answer?
May I, ma'am?
Okay, go
In
ahead.
addition. In addition to what Bob Attorney have said, if we take a look at the Philippine National Halal Certification Scheme, and if we take a look at the Philippine National Standards on halal, we see that it is a requirement for a company to have Muslim employees in the Philippine National Standards. But when it comes to Philippine National Halal Certification Scheme, it gives a leeway. It became much more flexible. So in PNS, it is required for a company to always have a Muslim employee. in the Philippine National Halal Certification Scheme, they allow a company to be halal certified uh, even without any Muslim employees, because it is hard to hire in the Philippines to hire a Muslim employee that is qualified on certain positions. So what they require is halal training. So all personnel that is related to the production of a halal product, the company applying for halal certification should undergo halal trainings and seminars. So they should have uh, uh, really a systematic training on halal. So that's another uh, that's the leeway that the Philippine National Health Certification Scheme have given. But it is, of course, it is preferable for them to have, or rather, it is required sometimes if the products that they are producing is high risk or have high risk, so they need to have halal. They need to have Muslim employees in their halal production. We can see that the Philippine National Health Certification Scheme is available, I think, in the internet, and also the PNS standards. We can see it in the website and in the internet. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. There's another question, reaction to both Assistant Professor Hidalgo and Ustad Imam from Daniel Agustin. By the way, the first question was from Indira Dimaporo Tawan. This next question, reaction is Prof. Hidalgo and Ustad Lukman. Excellent presentations. When is halal certification training going to be available online? Yes, please, Prof. Hidalgo.
Yes, unfortunately, I'm not a part of the halal certification anymore, but there are many ways to study. Yeah, there are many resources already online. I think ustads would be more qualified to answer that question. I think they're in charge of some trainings for some stakeholders. Am I right, ustads?
Yes,
Lukman?
Lukman. Yes, thank you, Prof. Hidalgo.
Yes. Currently, our organization offers halal training. So we have courses, halal courses. So it depends on the company that wants to avail for halal trainings. So if a company, for example, is a food production company, so we have set of courses for them. So from halal HD00, from halal basics and fundamentals, halal certification requirements, HD002. Then we have also halal assurance management system, an overview. Then we have also halal compliance audit, HD004. Then halal documentation and manual preparation. And we also have on halal tourism, then cosmetics, and etc. So if a company wants to avail training, so they can reach us to the numbers that we have provided earlier, or maybe I can provide it now. And regarding, meron na pala. Regarding online public webinars, we are currently not offering it. Because we want to address, for example, a company, so we want to have these special webinars for them. So we can, that's our current approach, but hopefully within this year, we will also have public webinars. And Alhamdulillah, as I have said earlier, our government is really working very hard in the socialization of this of halal and halal certification. So they hold many halal awareness programs, halal awareness seminars, and maybe, and also I think DOT, all member agencies of the Halal Export Board are doing halal awareness programs. You just have to look out for it. Maybe you can search in Facebook. Sometimes they post it. And like this one, it's a public free webinar on halal. So we have many public webinars. Thank you very much.
Thank you. There's another question. What are your thoughts on halal cosmetics and toiletries market demand?
What are your
Halal cosmetics and toiletries market demand po.
We don't understand the question.
Ano po yung maybe something ano ho yung, is there a demand, and what do you think for halal cosmetics and toiletries?
Demand.
For halal cosmetics and toiletries.
Yes. Actually, we only know that companies are coming here for halal certification of their products. And these products are toiletries and cosmetics, so many of them. Because, halal certification started before. For a long time, it started only in slaughtering of animal. Then, after a few months or years, it went to halal food production, halal food. So we follow through halal food. And then when the food is already almost saturated, then there are demands also for non-food that are component to the food products. One of them are packaging, for example. All these things that we use in food production, that should also be included there. And even those that we wear on a day-to-day basis. And then we went, and then goes to cosmetics and toiletries. Why? Why do we care for them? Because it became part of our day-to-day part of our daily life. We wear them. We sometimes use them even when we are praying. So when we are praying, we are supposed to make our ablution. But then if you're making ablution, but what the cosmetics that you are wearing are from haram products, what will become of your prayer? It will be invalid. It will not be accepted. In fact, you will even be committed the sin if you know that it is. So all these things must have to be to be included in halal certification, as we usually define, because it's part of our Islamic way of life. Religion, Islam religion, is not just a religion, but it is the total way of life. Anything that happens to your life, anything that we use, whether it is halal products or food products or non-food products, as long as we use them, utilize them, then we need to have halal certification. For example, toothbrush, for example. Toothbrush, we think that it is only made of plastic. Some of the brush that are in the market are made from hair or pork or pig hair. Sometimes brushing your shoes are coming. These brush are from pig hair. So how can you? That's why we need to have somebody to validate or verify whether those products are acceptable in Islam as halal or not.
Thank you, Attorney.
Okay.
Okay, any additions? Okay. By the way, that question was from Dave Centeno. An anonymous attendee now asks, how will the halal in the industry resolve the issue of rampant copy and paste of halal logo? What to do and who will be responsible in addressing this problem?
That's a very good question. I volunteered to answer that first because this is our problem. This is our problem. Halal logo. For example, the topic or issue that was brought by our speaker, Sister uh, Sol. So about imported products. Products that are imported have logo, halal logo, because you demanded it should be halal. So they produce the halal logo. Which logo? They will ask you which logo do you accept. They will produce the logo that you want. You want for yourself. So how can we address them? Well, from our side, we need verification. But there should be a, the one mentioned by Attorney Sadain, that government, the Sharia court. And now I was relying on the Department of Trade and Industry to, to address those things. You know what happened when we found out that even our logo are also falsified? We brought the case to them. But you see, I was thinking before that Arabs, our brothers Arabs, are so good brothers because they do not answer our letters. When we write them, they never answer. When you ask for them for some some help, they never answer. They just come surprisingly with some of the things that you're asking. Well, this is our brothers. I know brother Usman knows that. However, unfortunately, our government never answer also, but they never give. Not like the Arab brothers because they just give, When you ask them something, like, for example, Ramadan is coming. You need some dates for your fasting, okay? They never answer. Suddenly, the dates will come during Ramadan. See? But you ask our government something, they never answer. And they never give anything. They never even ask question about who and what happened, I don't know what will happen to our halal if that is the case. If it is left to us, then that's why we have to police ourselves. We have to, right now, I think last week, we have removed from our list of halal certifying bodies, we have removed 2 companies because of their non-compliance to the halal processes. See, we are very strict because every production, every now and then we have our monitoring officer assigned to them. Not like those who come only once every 2 years. Once in every 2 years. And they are not even for play. They have no people around, but they are accredited. Sadly, our government is even using or trying to put up a banner that they are the one accepted in Muslim countries. I don't know. Maybe Brother Usman knows that. So please help us police that. I do not know how, but if you think about it and you find something, then please help us because we will try to help each other about this.
So clearly there is a gap, no? The gaps are clear in the entirety of the halal infrastructure in the Philippines. Okay.
Yes.
There's another question from, I think we're just going to entertain 2 more questions. In terms of the halal critical control points, this is from Indira Dimaporo Tawan-Tawan. Who are the people in every control point?
Okay. Prof. Hidalgo will answer that. Okay.
I'm not sure if I understand the question. Who are the people in charge of monitoring?
Control points.
Of the control points. Okay. What does it's a partnership between the certifying agency, the certifying body, and the firm or the organization that produces. And within this partnership, they have to see whether it's a high risk critical control point or a low risk. High risk are those who, for example, gelatin. The use of gelatin is quite high risk. I'm not sure if they still consider the use of MSG to be high risk. There are certain definitely high
It,
risk yung mga
it is
yes
high risk.
high risk pa rin po. So you have to decide whether a critical control point is high risk, and if it's high risk, then there's someone who has to be assigned to that product or to a production batch. In which case, the system is that you uh, you give certification per batch. But if it's not such a high risk, for example, in the production of coconut oil, there is a critical control point in the filtration and in some other parts of the process, but it's not high risk. So in that case, there should just be complete transparency in the process between the certifying body and the firm that produces the coconut oil, and there should be monitoring, okay, of the certifying body. So at the start, you will have to check everything, that everything is in place, everything is clean. And then at certain points within the period, for example, you get certification for 2 years, then someone will have to check. And it shouldn't be always it shouldn't be scheduled always. So there are, spot checks that there it's not scheduled, but it but it's a way for the certifying body to assure themselves that even if they are not na hindi sila nakatutok dun sa proseso, natutuloy pa rin siya, napapagana pa rin siya ng maayos. So I hope I was able to answer your question.
I want to thank Sister Samsia
Thank you.
Hidalgo. I want to thank Sister Samsia Hidalgo for that question. She really take notes with our procedure before, and that's the way we do. The taking care of the critical control point is not just for 1 point or 2 points or 3 points. It is the total manufacture that is being addressed and being attended to by the halal certifiers. That's why it will depend upon the type of product that is being certified also. And the issues that we normally use here, just like what happened to the company that we mentioned to you just now, is the sincerity of the manufacturing company, because we know that there is no Muslim-owned factory, and most of them do not have a Muslim employee. How are we sure that they're all producing halal in the halal accredited plant, when the regulation is there should be no production of non-halal here? It must be totally no production. If you are not there for 2 years, how sure are you that they are not producing halal? And then you find out that they are only asking you to certify few products for 2 years. How can Do you believe that they will survive maintaining the manufacturing plant for only few number of products to be halal certified? For sure, they are using that manufacturing plant for other things that we do not know. That is why halal certifiers must be really alert also, knowing fully well all the constraints in the halal certification process, because in the final analysis, we are the one answerable to God, the Almighty God, and the consumer also.
Thank you, Attorney Linsag. The last question is addressed to Ustad Lukman. Are there any efforts or initiatives from the ulama to have a dialogue with church leaders with regards to halal, given that halal is also for non-Muslims? This question is from Sahod Agil.
Okay. Thank you very much for that question. Currently, we do not hear any kind of initiatives like this, but we have public seminars on halal, and many non-Muslims are attending it. They are very interested. And if you take a look, as we have mentioned in the verse that we have read at the beginning of our presentation, so the verse is addressed to all mankind, to eat what is lawful and good, to eat what is permissible and wholesome. And they really like this idea of lawful and wholesome, halal and tayyib. So because this is applicable, or this is good for everyone, Muslims or non-Muslims alike. Regarding that a conversation or dialogue with the church, we don't have that kind of, I have not heard any initiatives like that, but I heard some negative. Some church actually really they don't like halal.
Yes.
But
Thank you, Ustad Lukman. Okay. I think this wraps up our question and answer forum. There are certain questions that I think we can answer from Chef Tato. The halal assurance system management is a must before halal certification is issued to applicant companies. Is there any plan to tackle the subject in your next webinar? If you're asking if this, if the Institute, the Islamic Studies program of UPSIDS will tackle this, we may. There's something in the works, but we cannot announce anything yet because it would be premature. As for your question on the details of the Supreme Court ruling, I think Ustad Lukman has elaborated on that. But if you are not, and it has been mentioned by Attorney Linsag and Attorney Sadain earlier. However, you may ask the questions directly. I think our staff have, our colleagues have provided links to the official emails of our panelists. Maybe just a food for thought, because we're really running out of time, from Mr. Daniel Agustin. If government does not respond, why not try the Bangsamoro government? Perhaps we can have that discussion later. You can have that. Profida, when is the enrollment at the Institute of Islamic Studies? From Mr. Daniel Agustin again. You may visit us at our website or at our Facebook page at Premium Institute of Islamic Studies, or at iis.up.edu.ph. That is our website. Okay. Okay, I'm really sorry. We cannot, I think there are just comments here now. We will be providing you with the links to the official email addresses if our technical colleagues have not provided them yet. Okay. I'd like to, before, many have already requested for e-certificates, and we have said that provided that you have attended whole day, and I think the minutes, I think a recording will determine that. And if you have answered an evaluation form that we have prepared, you may answer them. And of course, this will register. There are links provided by our staff. This will be registered at our
at our sites, and those who have answered the evaluation forms will later on be contacted with regards their e-certificates. And what else? I think that you may also, I think the chat box has indicated where you may communicate with us. Okay, I would like to thank our panelists. Actually, there's still other questions I myself would like to ask, but I don't want to impose on your time. Maybe we can ask them personally again. There was no question from Mr. Elshid Mariwa, but certainly there's a lot of food for thought from the issues and challenges he has encountered as a halal meat retailer, and I would emphasize it again. There is a problem with supply halal producers, and so sometimes they are subject to the demands or subject to the rules of the market forces, which is non-Muslim. And also sometimes they encounter ethical issues like the forced feeding or forced drinking of animals, and so that they gain weight and therefore gain a bigger market price. So these are things that we have to address. And before anything, before I do an executive summary, I hope that I will do justice to all of your presentations. I would like to thank the panelists, Assistant Professor Marisol Hidalgo, Mr. Elshid Mariwa, and Ustad Lukman bin Usman Imam for their very insightful presentations. I believe that we have had a very productive webinar today, and I hope that we can continue it in another webinar, or perhaps we can respond to other of your requests, so long as it is within our power. I'd like to do a very brief executive summary. Our panel one was about the halal, Philippine halal infrastructure. Our first speaker, Asek Myra Abubakar, talked about touch points in halal tourism, but she is of course qualifying that it is not yet halal tourism, it is Muslim friendly tourism, in consideration of some things like the Philippines is not a Muslim country, therefore rules and regulations and of course legal statutes would be limited to the jurisdiction of a non-Muslim country. And the halal infrastructure has fledgling capabilities as well. The issues raised here by our successive speakers were that halal, and also from our attendees, is that halal infrastructure needs legitimacy. For it to be called halal, legitimacy will not only come from the legal provisions of the state and the infrastructure that it set. We have an interagency task force on halal promotion and development, but still there would be the issue of legitimacy. And what would this be? Legitimacy will still rest, if we're talking about halal, on Islamic statutes, okay, and Muslim actors and stringent halal compliance procedures. And Muslim actors here would refer to religious scholars, trained professionals, and technical people. Okay, and I think while there have been many provisions and guidelines for halal, still we have to work for halal legitimacy from the point of view of the purveyors or the primary actors in halal, which are the Muslims, the Muslim community. In the afternoon, we have a halal control. We will listen to Assistant Prof. Hidalgo on halal control points, and it has been stressed that halal will always be inextricably linked, with halal and tayyiban, which is not only the legal compliance, but legal and physical compliance, but compliance in spiritual, the intangible aspects of what is good, what is wholesome and beneficial. And she talks about the system of input, process, and output, the farm to fork, And I believe Chef Tato Sangkopan also has made a comment on that. Na it shouldn't be farm to fork, but farm to Jannah. But I think there has been a response, and this has been covered in Prof. Hidalgo's lecture, that not just the input, process, and output should be looked at in halal and Taiwan, but also before and beyond farm to fork. This has been reiterated by Ustad Lukman as well. Okay, halal and Taiwan is determined by a team of experts comprised of religious scholars, which Ustad Lukman has reiterated, and of course, technical experts. By this, mentioned by Prof. Hidalgo, food scientists, chemists, engineers, even to see the process flow of a facility that wants to be certified halal. So halal certification involves a cooperative deliberation among these experts. I think that the process has been detailed to you already, to the audience. Um, from Mr. Mariwa's presentation, market forces and the general environment of being a non-Muslim country, the ecosystem is of course impacts on halal retail, halal production in the entire process of the halal chain. Okay, and then it is clear that there is a knowledge gap. There is a great knowledge gap across the entire infrastructure for halal, and the ecosystem for halal is still not mature. Thus, I think all of us cooperatively, the panelists here and their respective organizations, with their expertise, we should be able to collectively address these knowledge gaps and all other gaps within the ecosystem. I think we should and could work together to make this a big possibility, not just something that we discuss about, but something actually that we could realize together. I think uh, not halal development in the Philippines will not be realized upon individual efforts or of our organizations, but really more on collective, collaborative efforts among and across agencies. Okay, so thank you very much for participating and staying on. We have had a lot of attendees morning through afternoon. So we'd like to have a photo session. I think we have enabled the attendees to be panelists so that we could have a big picture. All of you can turn on your videos. Can we see? Uh, can we see
Yes, Ma'am F. We
our
just have
attendees?
to, yes, we just have to promote everyone as panelists. One
Okay,
minute.
promote na. Okay, our technical staff will promote you attendees as panelists. Then we could have a bigger um, a picture taking of most of us who have stayed on. Many thanks to Attorney Linsag for staying on with us in the afternoon and answering questions pertinent to your organization's efforts. Okay, Tams. Just advise us if everybody can turn on their videos already.
Yung mga paghintay ng makalusot ko lahat, full interaction.
Okay. So I think everyone are now panelists, Ma'am F.
Okay. So attendees, you may
Okay,
please
so
turn
let's.
on your videos. You will show on the screen, and we can have our photo ops. Okay. While waiting, though, for those who have asked for copies of presentations, of course, this will come from permissions from the speakers. But then officially, our team will be producing the proceedings of this webinar and also policy briefs. I think we're hoping to Attorney Sadain will be giving a policy brief. We are going to speak with Asik Abubakar to also give a policy brief, and another we are still going to talk with our other panelists who would like to share their insights for policy discourse. Okay, Hams?
So I'll start taking our photos.
Okay, participants who wish to have their pictures taken, attendees, may please turn on their videos. Nag-on na ba? O hindi pa? Okay, I think we have a sizable number already. Nakailan na ang nag-turn on the videos? Okay, can we take this the picture already? Thanks. Okay, a question. The proceedings and policy report, of course, once published by UPSIDS ISP, will be available to the public. Just access the UPSIDS website. Okay, Camps, back to you.
Yes po. One more po. Okay, ready, and one more, one last. Okay. Ready, and okay na po, Ma'am Nef.
Okay. Maraming salamat po sa inyong lahat. Thank you for staying on with us and listening to this webinar. I hope you found it worthwhile. I certainly did. Maraming salamat po ulit. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi ta'ala wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Much po.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Shukran jazilan wa jazakumullah khairan.